And then and it is officially being recorded. And then I'm going to take us to our YouTube live. So that's ready to go. Tessa is telling me that we're having some permission issues. One moment, please. Okay, well, it looks like we're having some issues with the YouTube live capabilities. And so what we will do is we will be able to post the recordings later. Tessa's going to troubleshoot in the meantime. And then if there are any people that wanted to attend, Russell, I know you knew of a couple interested people. They could you could send them the Zoom link. Also, if they just wanted to listen in as kind of the workaround right now, but these will be posted later. So we are just about at 10 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Nikki's PowerPoint so we can get started. But first, I just wanted to welcome everyone who will be listening eventually to our recording to the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program evaluation. Today is August 11th, and we have our committee members here to review the applications. We have 13 that will be presenting today. So we are going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation. The first one is St. Edward State Park. I'm going to go ahead and get it to presenter mode, and then Nikki, you should be able to click on the screen and take control. Let me know if that's working for you. Try to advance.
It's not doing anything yet.
Okay. Nothing yet.
No.
Oh yeah, let me see. Thank you for being the first presenter because there we go. Let's see if I'm letting go now. So let's see if that works. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so Nikki, what I will do is I'm going to set my timer for 12 minutes. And just 1 second here. All right, so whenever you are ready, you can go ahead and get started.
All right. Hi, everybody. I am Nikki Fields. I'm the Planning and Real Estate Program Manager for State Parks, and I'm here to present a really cool acquisition project at St. Edward State Park. Oops. St. Edward is in King County in the city of Kenmore on the northern shores of Lake Washington in the most populous part of the state. The park had more than 800,000 visitors in 2025. Before it was a state park, the property was owned by the Catholic Church, and it was operated as a seminary for young men from 1931 until 1976. State Parks acquired most of the property in 1977. Right next to and surrounded by St. Edward is another former seminary property. Historically, it was called St. Thomas and is now Bastyr University's Kenmore campus. This project will acquire the forested portion of the Bastyr property, the 20-acre shown in Peak. Question 1 is public need. Our commission approved the classification and management plan for St. Edward in 2008. Its land classification and long-term boundary are shown here. Anything that is colored is in the long-term boundary. You'll see that the whole Bastyr property is within the park's designated long-term boundary. The area we're currently seeking to acquire is outlined in red, which is classified as a resource recreation area, meaning that it is suitable for medium to low intensity recreational uses such as trails. In addition to the state parks plan, the city of Kenmore's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plan says that St. Edward is one of the most well-used parks by Kenmore residents, used by 33% of the population daily and weekly, second only to the Burt Gilman Trail. The plan also said that about 20% of the city's population lives near the park. And here's what is driving the need to acquire the forested portion of the property now. Last year, Bastyr listed the whole campus for sale as a means to improve their financial situation. The trails in Bastyr's forested property connect the trails in the northern part of St. Edward to those in the southern part, and then on to King County's Big Fen Hill Park in Kirkland, which also has a robust trail system. If Bastyr sold the property, those trail connections would be lost. Question 2 is project significance. This project supports all the agency's acquisition and development strategy goals. Places to be: the property site includes Puget Sound lowland forest, contiguous with that in the park. And the park is on the second largest lake in Washington. For stories to know, as I mentioned, both properties were originally owned by the Catholic Church, and both include former seminaries and historic structures associated with them. Additionally, the park's high visitation rate and proximity to urban populations opens up opportunities for meaningful interpretation of the park's plant and animal communities. For things to do, the project ensures that the park's trail system stays intact and doesn't become fragmented by potential new owners. Hiking and mountain biking are two of the state's recreation mainstays, and hiking is the most popular recreation activity in the state, according to SCORE. For ways to grow, St. Edward is in the most populous part of the state and can be accessed by public transportation. It provides a good opportunity to introduce outdoor recreation to newbies, to new recreational users, and to connect them to the state's natural and cultural heritage. And then finally, for something for everyone, in addition to the benefits that this project provides for park visitors, the project also benefits all Washingtonians by maintaining contiguous forest and the animals and plants that rely on it. The mature trees act as a carbon sink, while removing them for possible development would release the sequestered carbon back into the environment. Question 3 is acquisition priority. This map shows Bastyr's proposed master plan revision that they sent to the city of Kenmore. All of the white buildings are proposed new multifamily housing, up to 1,000 new units. And this shows the proposed acquisition overlaid on the master plan. You'll see that 3 of the buildings are proposed within the forested portion of the property, which would be over 200 of those 1,000 housing units. Now, it should be noted that the property is not zoned for this kind of development, but Bastyr did apply last year for a zoning change to allow it. That process is currently on hold, but could be revisited if this grant fails. This level of development would have serious impacts on the natural processes within the property and in the surrounding park. There are the direct impacts of the loss of mature forest, the habitat values it provides, and the reduced carbon sequestration. And then there are the indirect impacts of so many more people using the park daily. This increased use will surely discourage wildlife and detract from the park experience for other visitors. This project will ensure that the forested portion of Bastyr will be protected in perpetuity, preventing further fragmentation of the forest habitat and the loss of carbon sequestration, and reducing stormwater and use impacts on the property's wetlands. Additionally, this project will ensure that the park's trail system will stay intact, ensuring accessibility to the trail system south of Bastyr, which also connects to King County's adjoining Big Fin Hill Park. Question 5 is resource stewardship. Bastyr's forest is made up of mature trees that support a variety of animal species, including pileated woodpeckers, whose work you see here. One of our letters of support is from David Stokes, a biologist and professor emeritus at UW-Bothell, who has been conducting a camera trap study of wildlife in St. Edward since 2019. These are some of the photos he sent us from his cameras that are near the Bastyr Forest property. He believes that the habitat in the Bastyr Forest property is a similar high quality to that in St. Edward, and that the acquisition will add a year-round forest pond to the park, which is a critical resource for several of the species that use both properties. His letter included a diverse list of species that use this part of the park regularly, and he said that he has seen evidence of them hunting and reproducing. He believes this acquisition will significantly improve the prospects for long-term persistence of the park's native diversity. State Parks does not intend to further develop the property. Our intention is to protect the forest and the wetlands and to maintain the existing trail connections in the park. Question 6 is expansion or phase project. St. Edward has been acquired in 3 phases so far. The first phase, shown here as P1, happened in 1977 when State Parks acquired the property from the Catholic Church. P2 was acquired in 2018, associated with the development of the lodge and the old seminary building. And P3 was acquired in 2024 using a WWRP grant combined with a King County Conservation Futures grant, as we are doing with the currently proposed acquisition shown in pink. This may end up being the final acquisition in the park. The remaining properties on the long-term boundary include protected open space, developed homes, and other public properties, none of which we intend to acquire. Neither do we intend to pursue the rest of the Bastyr property. The city of Kenmore is talking with them about acquiring the open space for sports fields, and State Parks doesn't want to take on the management of the university's buildings. We are hoping that with this project and the one from the city, that Bastyr will then be able to retain the developed portion of their property and have a better financial standing. Question 7. An enormous amount of coordination has gone into us being able to apply for this grant now. When Bastyr put their property on the market, park neighbors, including the Big Fin Hill Neighborhood Alliance, began reaching out to others who were interested in ensuring that at least some of the property could be protected for conservation purposes. They, working in coordination with the Land Trust Forterra, found a person who was willing to buy the portion of Bastyr's debt that was coming due the soonest, which was $8.5 million, with the intention of buying time for State Parks, King County, and the city of Kenmore to seek funding to acquire the undeveloped portions of the campus. All of us, plus other organizations like the Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust, have been in frequent coordination for the last year on how to make this work. Kenmore city manager told me that nearly all the members of their city council enthusiastically support this project. And we've received letters of support from the groups and organizations whose logos I'm showing here. Question 8 is partnerships or match. This project has more than 3 partners. As you can imagine, 20 acres surrounded by a park in one of the most desirable parts of King County is really costly. The value of the whole property is probably more than $50 million. We believe that the portion included in this project is worth about $8 million, and an appraiser told us that that cost estimate was reasonable. $8 million is more than we can reasonably ask for from a WWRP grant because it would leave nothing for the other priority acquisitions in state parks. So to make this work, we're partnering with King County. They applied for funding from their Conservation Futures program to buy a conservation easement on this property. Then this WWRP grant will be used to acquire the underlying land encumbered by that easement, which will bring the price down to something that we can afford. Just last week, we learned that the Conservation Futures Committee recommended approval for the first phase of funding for the conservation easement, and the county intends to apply next year for the rest, which should be available around when this WWRP grant is funded. Because this WWRP grant category is limited to Washington State parks, the county's contributions cannot be considered a match, but they are definitely a partner, as is Forterra, who hired an appraiser to confirm that our cost estimate is reasonable. In addition to King County, I told you earlier about how a group of individuals and organizations partnered to literally buy the time to make these grant applications possible. And the final question, question 9, is readiness to proceed. As I showed you earlier, Bastier's debts led them to put their property on the market last year. They were exploring full or partial sales and also submitted a rezoning request to the city to allow up to 1,000 housing units to be constructed. They received several bids on the property, some for tens of millions of dollars. An anonymous philanthropist bought a portion of their debt and is giving them more reasonable terms, so a sale is no longer imminent. But the university still has debt, including that new loan, and they're going to need to pay it to maintain their university accreditation. In short, they're still willing sellers. If this project is funded, State Parks and King County will begin work on the acquisition to protect the forests, the wetlands, and the trails in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Any clarifying questions from the committee?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So King County Conservation Service Futures is looking to get a conservation easement. What does acquiring the property give us that the conservation easement does not?
Well, that's a good question. What it does is it puts it in public ownership versus being maintained by Bastier, and it makes it part of the state park. And whether the county would still be interested in just buying the conservation easement without the land also being acquired, that I'm not sure yet.
Thank you. Paul.
Thanks, Nikki. So kind of piggybacking on what Bill was asking, hypothetically, if State Parks wasn't able to move forward with the acquisition and it was sold to a private party, could that private party then prohibit public access on the existing trails that are there on the property right now?
They could. The trails go through this portion of the property here where the wetlands are. They couldn't develop this portion because of the wetlands, but they could prohibit the public use of the property. And there aren't trail connections around this way. So really this area is the only way that the trails to the south are connected to the rest of the park.
Okay. And then the second question I have relates to conservation futures. And you mentioned in your presentation that King County, the committee has recommended approval of sort of the first phase of the conservation easement funds.
Yeah.
So how likely is it that they will ultimately approve a second phase?
I think it's pretty likely, but it will be a lot of money, so it's not a sure thing. The intention of applying now is to have a placeholder and to show their commitment to this project, but their ability to negotiate with Bastier was kind of limited by a real estate brokerage agreement that Bastier was still under at the time that they needed to apply for the Conservation Futures grant. So really, they'll be in a better position in the next round to apply for the rest of the money.
Okay, thanks, Nikki.
Mike.
Yeah, hi, Nikki. Good presentation. Just one quick question on whether this will increase recreational opportunities. So I believe that, of course, there is trails that are in this area, and then there also is some mountain biking opportunities that happen, of course, in St. Edwards. Are you assuming that, from a plan standpoint, after you acquire this property, that this will stay essentially as is, or is there any potential in the plan for an increase of recreational usage to the park by acquiring this parcel?
Well, at this time, we're expecting that it'll stay as is, and the project is more about protecting the existing recreation opportunity versus increasing recreational opportunities. That said, we haven't ruled out the possibility of more trails if we were to acquire it. We just haven't created specific plans to that effect.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, well, thank you so much, Nikki. Russell will be in touch with you after we have the ranked lists available.
Thank you, and thank you all.
Okay, committee members, you can go ahead and enter scores if you haven't already. I'm going to go ahead and get the next PowerPoint queued up. Hi, Tanya, welcome. The evaluators are just wrapping up the scoring for the first project, and so we'll get you started in just a moment here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Tanya, I just gave you controls. So if you try clicking and advancing your slides just to make sure you're all set. There you go.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and it's 10:20, so we can go ahead and get started with your presentation. I'm going to start the timer for 12 minutes. So whenever you are ready, you can go ahead.
All right, good morning. I'm Tanya Moore, a property and acquisition specialist for the real estate team at Washington State Parks. I'll be presenting 3 grant proposals this morning, and the first one is Project 261346, the Washougal River Reister property. This grant request is for $3,284,000 to acquire approximately 130 acres adjacent to Washougal River State Park property. Washougal River State Park property is located in southwest Washington, 6 miles from Washougal and 30 minutes from the Vancouver-Portland area. This is a 476-acre undeveloped site with no parking or amenities. The Washougal River fronts this undeveloped property for 1.5 miles. This section of the river is known as the Big Eddy, a popular Class 4 rapids at high flow. The only current access to the property is via Balcony Drive, a paved private road that serves 4 residences and ends at the state park property. Visitors can park at the gate at the end of Balcony Drive and walk in via a dirt road. There is room for a maximum of maybe 3 cars to park here, but it's adjacent to a neighboring driveway. The current use is an out and back walk on the dirt road, totaling about 2 miles. There is river access about 1.3 miles from the gate. Some bushwhacking is required, though, once you leave the access road. The neighboring Reister property is adjacent to the northwest portion of the Washougal River State Park property. It consists of 4 parcels with the established driveway access just up the hill from Balcony Drive. The property totals 129.85 acres and includes level clearings, power on site, and 2 water sources. These improvements make this site suitable for future recreational development. There are 2 existing partially overgrown trails that provide connections to the access road on state park property. The upper pastures provide a stunning open space with views of the river corridor and surrounding hillsides. Evaluation criteria number 1, public need. The City of Washougal's current strategic plan lists as one of the strategic goals for economic development and community prosperity, the expansion of recreation tourism to increase the number of visitors and provide additional amenities to community members. The current Clark County Parks Recreation and Open Space Plan lists within its number 1 goal and objective to develop partnerships with public and private organizations to increase publicly accessible parks and recreation opportunities. And finally, State Parks' current strategic plan includes the following: expanding recreation by improving trails and park services that meet the needs of a growing and increasingly diverse population. Obtain and effectively manage resources needed to create and sustain an exceptional park system. Criteria number 2, project significance. The Washougal River Reister property acquisition supports our statewide acquisition and development strategy in the following ways. A place to be. The site is suitable for future park development, which will provide opportunities for people to experience the beautiful Washougal River corridor. Has many things to do, including walking, hiking, biking, fishing, river access, wildlife viewing, and picnicking. Ways to grow, in that this recreational space is only 6 miles to Washougal and within 30 minutes from the Vancouver-Portland metropolitan area. This close proximity to the Portland area invites novices to come enjoy something. It has something for everyone in that accessibility to landscapes such as these improves the quality of life for all Washingtonians. Criteria number 3, acquisition priority. A major development project is well underway in Washougal. 9 Bark apartments opened in 2023 with 246 residential units. Highest Point broke ground in October of 2024. Highest Point is a master plan community that will feature a blend of 276 residential units, medical, office, and retail space, restaurants, and public gathering areas. Phase 2 will include a senior residential center and a full-service athletic club. That's over 500 new apartments within a 12-minute drive of the Washougal River State Park property. Criteria number 5, resource stewardship. Immediately after acquisition, the proposed stewardship plan for the Reister property includes utilizing the existing driveway for ingress and egress and removal of 9 structures. 1 outbuilding constructed in 2016 would remain for park maintenance purposes. The property open space currently has a high density of invasive vegetation. If acquired, it will likely be several years before the Washougal River State Park property will undergo the first steps towards any development, the Conservation and Management Plan process, or CAMP for short. This public planning process will result in land classification and a master plan for the park, and later, application for a development grant, and then eventual phase 1 development. In the interim, between acquisition and development, we're looking at options for developing a restoration plan that involves timed targeted grazing to reduce non-natives with limited herbicides. This would involve grazing in limited windows and possibly using GPS virtual fencing livestock collars to precisely target different areas. The proposed use of virtual fencing eliminates ground disturbance associated with fence installation. Criteria number 6, expansion or a phase project. Acquiring the Reister property is the first step to the future development of Washougal River State Park. Phase 1 would include installing an entrance gate and sign at Vernon Road, developing trailhead parking, installation of a comfort station bathroom, and developing a loop trail to connect to the existing state park property. Criteria number 7, project support. Enthusiastic letters of support have been received from Clark County Parks, Northwest Rafting Company, and Columbia Land Trust. We did just receive additional letters of support, not pictured here, but included in the project attachments from Friends of Clark County and Friends of the Columbia Gorge. Question number 8, partnerships or match. There is no match or existing partnership for this proposed acquisition. If this project is funded, we intend to pursue potential partnerships to assist us with the stewardship plan between acquisition and potential future park development. Criteria number 9, readiness to proceed. Our acquisition timelines follow the process illustrated here, beginning with the appraisals in fall of 2027. The acquisition process takes about 8 to 9 months from start to finish, with post-closing incidentals wrapping up prior to grant expiration in December 2029. Thank you, and I'm ready for any questions on this one.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Paul.
Hey, thanks, Tanya. A couple questions. One, I want to know a little bit more about the current private road access into the Washougal River Park property, and basically, does this provide, with this acquisition, does it provide us with a more viable long-term public access point into the entire property?
Yes.
So that's kind of my first question, because I don't know
Yes,
with
it
that
does.
private road, what kind of restrictions are in place. Also with the neighbors there, I assume they bought property on a private road. So there would be probably some level of outcry over public access development at that location versus this one.
Right. Yeah. Currently, I don't think there's, I don't believe there's any road maintenance agreement, but it's the property is not accessed very often by the public. So to my knowledge, we don't have any complaints or issues, but if, there was increased public access, people are coming there more often, I'm sure that we would have more, more to deal with there.
Got it. And then the second question I had related to acquisition priority, the why now. So I know you got into a lot of the kind of development pressure that's building up around Washougal, but I think I want to know a little bit more about the ownership currently and why a sale is being contemplated now.
Yes, from what I understand from the current landowners, that family had lived there, and then I believe that there was just one person still currently living on the farm, and then has moved on, just big property, and they're no longer farming it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the committee members? Yes, Catherine.
I just wanted to see the slide criteria 9 one more time. It was readiness to proceed. I think you had a diagram.
Tanya, do you still have controls or do you want me to go to slide?
I don't know that I still have control.
Let's see. Slide 9, you said?
The
Criteria.
criteria 9, I'm sorry, the readiness to proceed slide.
Okay.
That one there, yeah. If I could just see that for a minute. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Yes, Paul.
I'm full of questions today. I wanted to ask about the partnerships or match component. I know, Tanya, you mentioned there are no partnerships or match at this time, but I kind of wonder if you're underselling a little bit. It seemed like through the letters of support that were included in the project, there is a lot of outside interest in the acquisition. And I guess I wonder from like either a restoration standpoint or a public access standpoint, do you see the potential for partnerships to develop maybe once this property is acquired?
I do. I would like to have further conversation. I had reached out to, I think it was Conservation Northwest, and that I wasn't able to get a response, but I understand that this is a busy time of year, but with more time, that would to explore some of those potential partnerships, especially for that stewardship plan with Friends of the Columbia Gorge or connections therein. Um, but yeah, there was enthusiastic support, like I said, with their their support letters, but we just weren't able to connect to come up with a formal partnership plan.
Yes, Bill.
Thanks for the presentation. I enjoyed that. You may have said this and I may have missed it, but where did you come up with the acquisition value you're requesting?
The value we were requesting was we did I'm trying to blank on the name, but we did a comparable properties, kind of looked at comparable sales in the area. And currently the landowners are working with a real estate agent, and so we had some conversation with the real estate agent to kind of bounce those values around to make sure that that we were in the right ballpark. In addition to some of the other values, we're coming up with the plan for the demolition, because that was going to be a significant cost for that, the post closing. Is in addition to like the land, the land cost itself.
Yes, Betsy.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Tanya. A question related to the resource stewardship criterion. My sense, at least from the presentation, is that this proposed acquisition is a site, that has been somewhat degraded through development and invasive species. Is another reason that you're thinking of locating the access in this area to protect other resources in the rest of the park? Could you speak a little bit to kind of what that opportunity provides on this parcel that may allow you not to develop in certain areas of the rest of the park?
Yeah, sure, we can speak to that. This already has established open space. If there were to be access developed along the from Balcony Drive, it would be you'd have to take down quite a bit of trees to get in there. Yeah, this just has the established access, the driveway, the open space, the utilities. So significant infrastructure that's already there that would, prevent us from having to disturb, of going in the other route.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for emphasizing that piece and providing a little more detail.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anything else for Tanya for this project? Okay, we'll give everyone just a couple more minutes to finish entering scores. And in the meantime, I will pull up the next PowerPoint, which will also be Tanya. I'll give everyone just one more minute and then we'll have Tanya move forward with the next presentation. Okay, does anyone need any more time to wrap up scoring? I don't want to cut anything short. Okay. So let's see. I think, Tanya, you should still have control if you want to click on the screen again, just to make sure you can move forward with these slides. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So again, I have the timer set for 12 minutes and you can go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Okay, so up next is project 261347. This is the Green River Gorge Icy Creek Phase 4 project. This grant request is for $3.1 million to acquire 35 acres in King County known as the Green River Conservation Area. Green River Gorge Conservation Area is located in South King County near the city of Black Diamond. The unique 12-mile gorge lies between Canasket-Palmer State Park and Flaming Geyser State Park. About halfway between the two state parks is an area known as Icy Creek, where the subject property for this grant request is located. As Icy Creek Phase 4 consists of 7 parcels totaling 35 acres and is the final phase of this acquisition project in the Icy Creek area. Phase 1 was completed in January of 2023, Phase 2 completed in June of 2024, Phase 3 is currently in process, and this grant request is for Phase 4. Criteria number 1, public need. The Green River Gorge is a high priority for Washington State. In 1969, the Washington State Legislature established the Green River Gorge Conservation Area with the intention of protecting land within the gorge in its natural pristine state. In accordance with state law, State Parks has been acquiring land along the Green River for 50 years. Icy Creek Phase 4 parcels are included in the Green River Gorge Conservation Area long-term boundary, which is documented in the Green River Gorge Classification and Management Plan. Included within the agency camp plan is a proposed South Rim Trail. The orange represents sections of existing trail in parks ownership. The blue represents potential future trail alignments. Completion of the Icy Creek phased acquisitions will facilitate the development of a trail along the south rim of the gorge. Acquiring all these properties brings the park boundary out to Enumclaw-Franklin Road, which will facilitate day use access and serves to connect the state park's ownership to the Department of Natural Resources and King County ownership to the south. In addition to the legislative direction and agency conservation and management plan for this area, Icy Creek Ridge has been identified as an acquisition priority through King County's Land Conservation Initiative, which seeks to preserve important natural lands and trails in the county. Criteria number 2, project significance. This project supports all the state parks' acquisition and development strategy goals. Places to be. The Green River Gorge is such an iconic Washington landscape that it was specifically recognized by the state legislature as a place that needs protecting. This photo collection shows many of the facets of the gorge area. Stories to know. The gorge has no lack of subject matter for engaging people in authentic Washington stories. The land in and around the Green River Gorge were historically used for mining, coal, clay, and cinnabar. There's also a story in the geology providing a peek back millions of years. Potentially, these could be told in future interpretive displays. Things to do. This acquisition will support the vision of a trail along the entire south rim of the gorge, trails being one of Washington's recreation mainstays. According to the Assessment of Demand Outdoor Recreation report, 90% of Washington residents regularly use trails. The assessment also shows that nearly 75% of Washingtonians use state or federal lands for walking and hiking. Ways to grow. The Green River Gorge is in a fast-growing area of King County, the most populous county in the state. Being close to rapidly growing urban areas, this project is well positioned to provide a gateway experience with an easy reach of beginning hikers. The trail, when completed, will connect Flaming Geyser and Canasket Palmer State Parks, thereby providing a multi-park recreation opportunity for visitors. Something for everyone. This project supports the conservation of undeveloped open spaces, protects habitat, and helps Washington be more resilient in the face of changing climate now and for future generations. Criteria number 3, acquisition priority. Acquiring the Phase 4 parcels will assist with State Parks' long-term goal of developing a trail along the south rim of the gorge. Public access will be facilitated through future development of a trailhead, parking, and restroom. This project will protect 7 parcels from future residential development, parcels that are currently platted with roads and utilities. This acquisition is not just a priority for state parks. Conserving lands throughout this area is also a priority of King County's. As you can see on this map, this property is part of a much larger mosaic of conservation lands in this area. This map shows the Green River Gorge Conservation Area along with King County's past, current, and planned future acquisitions in the Green River Gorge area. Circled in red are the Icy Creek Phase 4 parcels. All of the colored areas around it represent conservation lands, either already acquired, in the process of being acquired, or expected to be part of a future funding request. Criteria number 5, resource stewardship. This acquisition will protect habitat corridors between the Green River and properties in King County's Bass and Beaver Lake complex, which is located to the south. The Green River is one of the top producing salmon streams in the Puget Sound region. In part, this is due to Icy Creek and 6 other underground springs which supply cold, clear water to the Green River, which supports 2 threatened species, Chinook salmon and steelhead trout. The remaining open spaces along the Green River are at risk of development from increasing population growth. When we started acquiring property in this area, it was in the outskirts of King County, but it won't be long before it's the only undeveloped land left. These 2 pink circles highlight the areas of new residential development in the city of Black Diamond, just north of the Green River Gorge. This includes the 10 Trails project in the upper left, which is adding 6,000 new residences, more than doubling the size of the city. Criteria 6, expansion or phase project. As I touched on earlier, this grant request is for the 4th phase of the Icy Creek Acquisition Project. Beyond that, there's a long-term park boundary for the Green River Gorge Conservation Area as established through the classification and management planning process. This map illustrates the long-term boundary in blue, already acquired properties in green, and the Icy Creek properties in red. Criteria number 7, project support. This property was included in the conservation areas classification and management planning process, which included a lot of public outreach. It continues to be a priority for community conservation organizations, as evidenced by the 226 individuals who emailed me directly, voicing their support, in addition to letters received from King County Parks, the Green River Gorge Greenway, Green River Coalition, and Duwamish River Community Coalition. Criteria number 8, partnerships or match. We aren't actively seeking match for this project, but we continue to partner with King County. This acquisition builds upon decades of collaboration, representing thousands of acres of public lands, protecting fish and wildlife habitat, groundwater, and surface water quality. We regularly meet with staff from the Natural Resource Department about once or twice per year to share information about our priority projects and to hear about where they are focusing their efforts. We will continue to be active partners in conservation efforts of this area. And criteria number 9, readiness to proceed. Phases 1 and 2 have already been acquired. Phase 3 is in process. The landowners shown here are willing to sell the remaining Icy Creek Ridge parcels to state parks. Then trail development can begin in earnest, as these are some of the last sections of land needed before trail development is possible. And that concludes this presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Tanya. Any questions from the committee? Oh, I see a hand from Paul.
Thanks, Tanya. On the map for Icy Creek, there was kind of a black hole in there, and I wasn't sure whether that is like some other private in holding or whether that's a future phase 5. So I was hoping you could elaborate on that.
That is where the fish hatchery is located, and that's held by Fish and Wildlife.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine.
Yeah, I had a question about, you had earlier mentioned that the property had been platted for potential development. And I wondered if there is another competing party that's going to be also interested in the property at the same time, or what were the plans? I noticed you also had the willing sellers photos, so they obviously are interested in selling. But I wondered if there was competition for the property.
Yeah, the landowners, I think, are just strategic in their planning, and whether or not they were going to, sell to state parks or, plat the property, and if depending on the market, and if they decided that they were going to, plat those and then sell them as individual, for residential, construction.
And Stephen, question from you.
Thank you for the presentation, Tanya. And I think between Catherine's question and your answer, you've probably covered this for me, but I was just hoping you could touch upon criteria 9 again. Willing seller has been identified. Has there been any further discussion between Parks and the seller or any kind of documentation?
Yes, we have a landowner acknowledgement form that they're willing seller, and then they're the same landowners that we're working with for the previous phases, phase 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything else from committee members? Yes, Paul.
One more, Tanya. So this looks like, when I see those slides of the entire corridor, this acquisition kind of sits kind of squarely in the middle of that corridor. And I guess I wonder, because the conceptual site plan I didn't think included this, but has there been talk beyond like just trail development here? So for example, like, is this a site that has been discussed for a future like trailhead access point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. In also with, the other phases, I believe that it was phase 3 was critical, like as a spot specifically for little more development, like as the actual trailhead parking,
Okay.
bathroom, that sort of thing. And then phase 4 is, for more of the actual trail part of it.
Okay. Thanks, Tanya.
Anything else from the committee? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and take the next few minutes to wrap up your scoring. And then you'll see it's time for our first break of the day. And we will go ahead and take extra time for the break so we can try to troubleshoot the YouTube live while everyone has stepped away. So please be back at just about 10 after, so 11:10. Be back to your seats, and we'll start again with Tanya's third presentation. Testing, testing. Hi, committee members. If you could just turn on your cameras or wave just so I know when you're back once again. And Tanya, if you could do the same when you're here. There you are. Just want to make sure you're here as well. So we have good news that we did figure out the YouTube streaming. So we are now live online, so people can watch that way as well, and it will be recorded both through Zoom and YouTube live. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and Tanya, I'm going to open your next PowerPoint. Go. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining us online. We are here with the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program State Parks Evaluation. We are moving on to the fourth presentation of the day, and we have Tanya Moore here. And so Tanya, I'll go ahead and have you click on the slides to make sure you have controls. Maybe I need to give you remote control again. Hold on one second here. Okay, go ahead and try it now.
All right, we're good.
Okay, I am starting the timer for 12 minutes and you can go ahead and get started.
All right, welcome back. So this grant request is different than the other acquisition projects you'll hear about today. Instead of identifying specific properties we'd like to acquire, the In Holdings and Adjacent Properties grant is intended to give us a flexible source of funding to quickly acquire small, critical properties and to take advantage of opportunities that arise throughout the next biennium. Due to the size and scope of these properties, they do not compete against the big projects that are presented as standalone grants. However, this is the most important grant we ask for every 2 years. The In Holdings and Adjacent Properties grant request is for $1.5 million for statewide use to acquire property within or adjacent to our existing state parks. State Parks has received funding to acquire in holdings every biennium since 1996. That's 15 separate grants, and they've made a big difference to our state park system. This map shows the locations of the 79 purchases made or assisted by in-holding grant funds over the years. With one in-holdings grant, our team typically completes between 3 to 6 individual acquisition projects. Here's a breakdown of the in-holdings projects we've completed in the last 4 biennium. With the 2016 grant, we completed 6 projects, 3 with the 2018 grant, 5 with the 2020 grant award, and 4 with the 2022 grant award. The real estate team maintains an ongoing list of potential statewide in-holding and adjacent property acquisition projects. Matters of public safety and critical management issues generally rise to the top of the list, followed by properties that are within a park long-term boundary and are facing development pressure. The picture on this slide was taken at Beacon Rock State Park to illustrate a public safety issue. 4.52 acres were acquired with 2020 in-holding grant funds for the future development of a pedestrian underpass and parking expansion. Like this small acquisition at Beacon Rock, each of these projects are different and can serve the individual park in a variety of ways. I'll address the scoring criteria using example acquisition projects on the current in-holdings list and projects we have completed with past in-holding grant awards. Addressing criteria number 1, public need. Acquiring in-holdings and adjacent properties as additions to our existing state parks align with our agency's 2021 to 2031 strategic plan. Properties purchased with in-holdings and adjacent properties grant funds align with these 3 strategies included in the strategic plan. These acquisitions help expand recreation by improving trails and park services that meet the needs of a growing and increasingly diverse population. They help protect ecosystems and habitat for long-term sustainability, and they help contribute to Washington's quality of life by often helping to solve a health and safety or a management issue within an existing state park. A high priority currently on the in-holdings list is the Orlick property adjacent to Manchester State Park in Kitsap County. This is a high priority due to development pressure. Manchester State Park is 14 miles east of Bremerton and 22 miles northwest of Egg Harbor. This is a 128 acre year-round camping park that features 2 miles of trails and over 3,000 feet of saltwater shoreline. Beginning in March of 2008, Manchester State Park was part of the Central Kitsap Area Classification and Management Plan. Public outreach was extensive. The planning team sent correspondence to park neighbors, visitors, and other stakeholders. Articles and announcements were published in the Kitsap Sun and Tacoma News Tribune. Letters were sent to local tribes, local governments, and elected officials. Staff conducted 3 public workshops to solicit public input. This process resulted in a commission-approved long-term boundary and land classification for the park. 2 parcels adjacent to the entrance of the park were identified as part of the long-term boundary and classification and recreation resource. These 2 parcels, now known as the Orlick property, went up for sale in August 2025. Great Peninsula Conservancy, a land trust that operates in Kitsap, North Mason, and West Pierce counties, contacted our real estate team and presented an opportunity to partner on this acquisition. Adding these parcels to Manchester State Park would preserve the parcels from residential development, provide opportunities to expand the park trail system, and possibly support the addition of a small camping loop. Great Peninsula Conservancy has now entered into a purchase and sale agreement with the seller in an effort to buy and hold the property for State Park's potential future ownership pending grant award. Criteria number 2, project significance. The individual properties we acquire with the in-holdings grant are usually small, but they all support our statewide acquisition and development strategy. They help us expand recreation for a growing population, and they protect natural and cultural resources. The Palouse to Cascades State Park Trail gives hikers, cyclists, and equestrians an unconventional way to explore a variety of environments, flora, and wildlife. Explore the forested Cascade Mountains to the arid shrub steppe of eastern Washington. Sitting on the historic Chicago-Milwaukee-St. Paul Pacific Railroad corridor, this 251-mile trail runs in sections from Cedar Falls near North Bend east to the Idaho border. The trail is not a fully improved continuous cross-state trail. Several sections are closed to public access due to safety concerns, active rail use, and private property. State Parks is actively working to improve and adapt the trail for recreational uses. Near the Idaho border in the town of Tico, our real estate team recently completed a 1-acre acquisition with the current in-holdings and adjacent properties grant award. This acquisition provided full ownership of this section of the trail, remedying an easement on the trail right-of-way. And this small but significant acquisition created an opportunity for potential future trailhead amenities near the eastern terminus of the trail. These in-holdings and adjacent properties acquisition projects help fill in missing pieces of our park system so park users can experience more complete places to be, stories to know, things to do, ways to grow, and have something for everyone. Criteria number 3, acquisition priority. Large, expensive acquisitions are often purchased from sellers who can work with our typical acquisition timeframe, which takes a long time under the best circumstances. Smaller acquisitions, like those typically acquired with the in-holdings grant, do not have that luxury. When a property goes on the market or a critical management issue arises, we don't have years to act. As they have become available, State Parks has been acquiring very small parcels adjacent to Penrose Point State Park with in-holdings and adjacent property grant funds. Located in Pierce County on the Key Peninsula, Penrose Point is a richly forested 237-acre marine park with nearly 2 miles of shoreline, 2.5 miles of trails, and 82 standard campsites. The southwest checkerboard portion of the park is known as the Delano Beach area. This area was platted in the early 1900s and contained 200 lots, each measuring 3,000 square feet. This area was part of the Delano Beach Resort, which operated from 1891 until 1976. Today, these parcels have no utilities, and a few parcels have very small off-grid cabins. Unfortunately, this area is known for illegal dumping and unlawful activity. Since 2019, State Parks has been slowly acquiring parcels from willing sellers using available in-holdings and adjacent properties grant funds. In that time, we've worked with 13 landowners, acquired 58 parcels totaling just over 14 acres, all with awarded in-holdings and adjacent properties grant funds. Looking forward, we have several more willing sellers who are ready to work with us. As we've been able to acquire more parcels in the Delano Beach area, staff have been able to address some of the management issues and maintain more of a presence. We've used grant funds to complete property cleanup and dump runs as an eligible post-closing expenditure. Acquiring and managing these parcels is an important priority to improve quality of wildlife habitat and provide for potential future public use. Criteria number 5, resource stewardship. A property from the in-holdings list known as the Lovelet property is adjacent to the Seashore Conservation Area and Ocean City State Park and has been identified as part of the park long-term boundary. Ocean City is a full-service 257-acre park that offers 149 standard camping sites and 29 full hookup sites. The park's campground is one of the largest in the state park system. This adjacent landowner contacted Parks and let us know he's a willing seller and would like to see the property added to the park. The Seashore Conservation Area, or SCA for short, located between the line of ordinary high tide and the line of extreme low tide, was established in 1967 via RCW 79A05600. The Lovelet parcel borders the existing state park and the SCA. Acquiring this parcel would protect the 28.35 acres of uplands abutting the SCA and eliminate the question of ownership over the accretions and property lines, which assists in SCA management issues. Resource stewardship is the primary goal in acquiring this parcel. On the ocean side of the parcel, adjacent to the SCA, this is habitat for the federally listed snowy plover. Inland on the freshwater marsh and pond are areas that are habitat for various waterfowl. Criteria number 6, expansion or phase project. In-holding grant funds are by definition used for existing parks as a phased acquisition, making progress toward expanding and improving state park properties. They help us remedy safety issues, expand park boundaries to resolve management issues, and protect properties and habitat from development.
Tanya, you are at time, but if you want to click through the rest of your slides, you can do
Okay.
that.
We've received project support from Great Peninsula Conservancy and supporters of the Palusta Cascades Trail. Here's our list of some of our supporters, and that we always tend to have partnerships, as I talked about with the one property at Manchester with Great Peninsula Conservancy. Readiness to proceed, like the previous one, that we have a timeline. We've got landowner acknowledgement letters, and then from the 2 identified parcels. And then as far as readiness to proceed, we have an established timeline with for our acquisition projects. And with the inholdings, we can adjust as needed, but they typically follow this exact same timeline. Any questions?
Mike, is that a question or a thumbs up? You're still muted. Let's see, you're still. Let's see, I'll ask.
Okay, there we go. This is the first time I've been on this committee, so I never knew that there was an opportunity to kind of create like a slush fund and fund a bunch of different processes in the same at the same time. So when you have, and you're mentioning these particular parcels that you have here, and knowing that the legislature is going to fund an unknown amount of money in regards to our requests, do you prioritize these individual pieces so that if you only get so much money, the top 3 come and then the next 3 go to the next biennium? Or is it an open deal in which you can add an additional piece at any particular time, or rotate your priority list based upon willing sellers, et cetera?
That's a good question, and the answer is both. We do have a prioritized list, but it's always subject to being shuffled. Like if something comes up that like is a critical management issue, a matter of public safety, it's like we got to jump on this right now, and maybe one of the willing sellers is able to wait until the next biennium. Yeah, so I guess the answer is both. Yeah.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, so then when we rank this as our particular list, as this goes to the legislature, then we're basically not doing this on individual projects, but kind of on the conceptual view that there's planning that's gone on and there's stewardship and all those other kind of things as part of these. So are there more places on your list than the 4 or so that you showed us?
Yes. Yeah, we have quite an extensive list. I grabbed ones that one I had really good pictures for, and then was able to, kind of illustrate well in this presentation. But yeah, we have a pretty extensive list, and some of the properties that have been sitting on there for quite a while.
Okay, yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm just curious about what the other ones would be on the list, besides these guys. But maybe that's not something that we do in this proposal.
Actually, something of a related question here, Tanya. Thank you again for the presentation. How do you identify properties to get onto that list? Is it something that you seek out where you find gaps, or is it property that people come to you with a suggestion?
Kind of both, but the priority ones they come, from operations. A lot of times it will be, a park manager or a ranger who will say, hey, I've got this issue over here, and this property just popped up on the market. Those ones we jump on. They happen occasionally, but those definitely happen. But like this one that I showed at Manchester State Park, that was one that recently came to light, where it was identified in the long-term boundary. That's always something that we check if something, is brought to our attention is it already within the long-term boundary? And then, like Great Peninsula Conservancy came, with this proposal to partner on this one. So it made sense as maybe potentially a really good in holdings and adjacent properties project.
Any other questions for Tanya? Yes, Catherine.
Yeah, just a quick question. The TICO Palusta Cascades State Park Trail project, that was an example of one that had been already completed using past funds, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So, because I know you explained we had a mixture of past projects and current. So the current projects you showed were Manchester, Ocean City. What are the other ones that were more projected?
In this presentation, just those two are the future ones, and then I use one past.
Okay.
Anything else for Tanya? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tanya, for being here today.
Thank you.
Russell will be reaching out to you once we have the ranked list and further information for the process. Thank you for being here. Okay, so now we're going to be moving to the Willapa Hills Trail. I think we should have Eric on the line. Yes, I see Eric there. I'm going to be pulling up your PowerPoint and getting it ready for you.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Just 1 second. Okay. So Eric, I'm going to give you controls if you want to click on your screen and see if you're able to advance the slides. You can use the arrows or your keyboard to advance the slides.
Yeah, I'm not advancing there now, but I'll use the keyboard.
Okay, yeah, the keyboard might be the easiest.
Okay, so
And
I go forward and back here.
yep.
Okay, I think I've got it. I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm going to set the timer for 12 minutes and you can get started whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Eric Olmstead, the Southwest Region's Park Planner for State Parks Capital Development Program. I'm requesting funding to develop Bridge 13 over Garrett Creek at Willapa Hills Trail State Park. The Willapa Hills Trail is a 56-mile rail-to-trail park between Chehalis and South Bend, Washington, along State Route 6. The project location is shown here within the purple circle on the region location map. Oh. The trail follows the original railroad distance plan starting at eastern starting point of mile 0 in Chehalis, increasing sequentially mile by mile as the trail travels to the west at the end of the 56 miles in South Bend. Each dot along the trail represents a mile marker with Bridge 13 shown here near Rainbow Falls State Park. As seen here, Bridge 13 is located approximately at mile 13 on the trail along Mescal Road and next to the Chehalis River. Map shows the bridge location along with the project staging area and access route. The staging area is a dirt parking lot and trail access known as the Mescal Road Trail Access. Number one, the public need of this project is to create a safe crossing to keep the trail open for recreational use, restore the banks and channel of the salmon-bearing Garrett Creek, and meet ADA compliance. The project meets multiple state park core values and mission, including recreation, stewardship, and commitment to public access. The project also meets Lewis County Community-Based Strategic Plan for tourism and recreation. Here we see another view of Bridge 13's structure. Driving need for this project is safety due to the degrading wooden piling and erosion of the east bank of the bridge. The age of the bridge is unknown and is a remnant of the previous railroad. In 2024, an unauthorized fence was discovered over the center channel of the Garrett Creek, causing a dam of debris and silt pushing the creek to the east and cutting the bank under the east side of the bridge, causing heavy erosion and exposing piling decomposition. Further erosion and decay will cause the bridge to be unsafe and have to close, causing the trail to be disconnected at this point. Park staff will collaborate with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to design a realigned creek channel, creek surfacing, and bank to enhance salmon recovery efforts along the Chehalis River up Garrett Creek. This will help fish recovery and improve the aesthetics of the nature viewing activities that draw recreation. Number two, project significance. Places to be. Bridge 13 is 2.5 miles east of Rainbow Falls State Park, a peaceful haven in an oasis of old growth forest that was established early in the growth of Washington State Park system. The park hosts hiking, day use facilities, camping, as well as other amenities. The area was created by a lava flow that began in Oregon, creating Rainbow Falls and the Chehalis River approximately 17 million years ago. Bridge 13 crosses Garrett Creek, which is a tributary of the Chehalis and only 500 feet from the river, where the Willow Hills Trail provides a unique experience to travel through the forest and experience the park. There are several stories to know. The area lies within the traditional territories of the Coast Salish indigenous people, whose present-day descendants include members of the Confederated Tribes of Chehalis, Cowlitz, and Shoalwater Bay Indian Tribe. Homestead Acts drew farmers to the area as early as 1850s, and the Yakima Pacific Coast Railroad Company was formed in 1890 to join Washington's rich agricultural areas. The logging and millwork jobs spurred the rail line on the Willows, which created a cluster of ethnically diverse boom and bust communities along the railway. Communities such as Dryad are seen here today. In 1983, the Congress assessed and amended the National Trails System Act to preserve rail corridors through the process called rail banking. Ownership of the rail was transferred to Washington State Parks in 1993 and dedicated as a state park in 1996. Today, the trail continues to be upgraded for better visitor experience. The trail's future may connect to a continuous trail long distance state cross trail. The Willow Hills have plenty of things to do. Here we see the top recreational activities at the section of Willow Hills Trail. As you can see, the trail supports many of the most popular public recreational activities. Keeping this bridge safe and open is vital to keeping the trail connected for recreation. The Willow Hills Trail promotes healthy ways to grow where all are invited. A top priority of Lewis County is inviting tourism, which is a vital part of Lewis County's economy. The trail aligns with the Lewis County strategic tourism plan created to identify tools needed to strengthen Lewis County's tourism industry. The Willow Hills Trail has something for everyone. Running, sightseeing, nature viewing, and horse riding are among a few. Number 4, project design. With assistance from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, The project design will replace the bridge with a steel suspension bridge, reline creek to enhance the fish habitat, and repair the banks and creek bed to resist future erosion. Bridge support structures will be built into the ground on each end of the bridge. Damage to staging areas and access will be repaired by surfacing with gravel as needed. The project design will provide recreation for Washington's diverse population by keeping the Willow Hills Trail connected and providing a wide range of recreation. Functional features and designs from other bridges that have been proven successful along the trail, such as Bridge 38.5 shown above, will be utilized in the design. ADA and universal design elements will be included to accommodate access for people with disabilities. Climate adaptations are being assessed through runoff rates and will be taken into consideration for the design of the bank structure and creek alignment. The planned land use around the trail relies on the park for recreation and permitting, which will be easily achievable based on our previous similar projects in the area. Army Corps, state, and county permits will be required. However, since the project is removing creosote pilings from the environment along with stream bed enhancement, environmental planners feel this will be a welcome project, quickly approved with little complications. Low impact design elements will be incorporated by utilizing an existing parking area for staging, access, environmentally friendly building materials, and best management practices during construction. Number 5, resource stewardship. The Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife staff have collaborated with park staff to provide advice on creek and bank restoration and the bridge span that enhances salmon recovery effort for the Chehalis River. Number 6, this project is part of an expansion and overall phase project to develop and retain an unobstructed long-distance trail. State Park started development of the overall trail from east to west and has few gaps in this project. This project will help keep the first 48 miles free of obstructions. Here we see just the surfacing projects that have been completed, with 2 remaining sections needing servicing to the west. The state has invested over $18.5 million to date, making Willow Hills Trail a destination and opportunity for locals. Here we see the location of bridges that have been or need repaired, with Bridge 13 in yellow, showing how important keeping this bridge open is to protecting the previous investment made for this section of trail. This map also identifies funding sources of projects including RCO, FEMA, and capital investments. Number 7, this project has support from Washington Trails Association, Lewis County, and Washington Fish and Wildlife. Support is provided through letters of support and professional staff design and collaboration. Number 8, the Willow Hills Trail has many partners, and however this project has no match, it is supported by many. Number 9, readiness to proceed. With several other bridges previously replaced, admin, architecture, and engineering combined are expected to be $100,000, leaving most of the requested funding for development costs. Number 9, once funded, this project is ready to proceed with design. To clarify, based on review comments, this project is currently in the conceptual phase of the design. Design documents ready for permits submitted in the fall of 2027 and ready for construction with permits by the fall of 2028. Thank you for considering our request for funding. I am open to any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions regarding the Willow Hills Trail Mile 13 Bridge? Yes, Betsy.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation, Eric. Just a quick question about the width of the bridge. I can see in the drawings submitted the width of the overall abutment, but I was curious about the design width of the bridge and then the current width of the trail that it's connecting.
The bridge itself isn't designed, and the width of the bridge will have input from Washington Fish and Wildlife to show to cater to the structure of the bridge, but we anticipate the bridge itself will be 15 feet wide.
Great. Thanks for that information.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time understanding what the proposed surfacing is of the bridge deck. Is it graded steel or concrete?
It will be concrete.
And is that included in this estimate?
Yes.
Paul, go ahead. Looks like Allison might have jumped off there.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Eric. I had a couple of questions. One related to Fish and Wildlife's involvement in the project. It seemed like in the application that you were that in the application it inferred that Fish and Wildlife is involved as a partner in this project, and that they are planning to. It wasn't quite clear whether they're planning to inform the design of the habitat restoration piece and the bridge, or provide more involvement. And I guess like related to that, was it considered as match for this grant application or not?
As far as I understand, it's not considered match because they
Okay.
won't be volunteering any labor or any other input other than staff input, and they're not charging state parks for that cost. And so what input they are providing, and the reason I didn't list it as a partner is because we don't have a formal agreement with them or are any match. But the assistance that we're getting from staff is very valuable because the bank stabilization or the banks of the creek itself were cut very steep. They're basically vertical from the pilings.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a concern for Fish and Wildlife and fish restoration efforts because the returning salmon rely on a soft shoulder or shallow gravel, shallow water base to swim up. They swim along the sides of the channel. And so their input comes mainly with bank stabilization and fish-friendly gravels and how to restore those banks. So the best way to describe it really is that they are requesting that we make the span as long as possible so we have as gentle of slopes coming down. They'd also like to see us realign the channel, except we don't own enough property through that area. It's a very narrow property of about 100 feet that goes along there. It's the old railroad property. So we don't have a lot of room to re-channel or realign the creek the way they would like, but we are going to recenter it and align it to the best of our abilities with the property that we have based on their input. The other input that's outside of the scope of this project is that there's a county bridge just adjacent to our bridge over a county road over the same creek. And this project will be a barrier that's eliminated ultimately, and then Fish and Wildlife will help the county restore that bridge, which is actually a culvert, and then it's an open creek all the way to the source or the spawning grounds beyond that. So it's an important step in working with them so that we understand the design criteria that's needed for the salmon restoration. It's pretty interesting working with them and learning about the salmon restoration effort. So sorry if that's a little long-winded, but I think fish biologists could go into it a lot more even.
Yeah, that's helpful because I think I caught on the front end that you mentioned this would be a steel suspension bridge. And so the goal of that is basically no pilings in the creek and allowing more room for the restoration component of the creek.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
We're removing the pilings and the base structure that are creosote coated, and the steel structure will be able to support itself over the span that Fish and Wildlife's requesting, so that we don't have to have any ground penetration or disturbance in the creek or creek bed itself from any pilings.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah.
And Catherine, did you still have a question or was it answered?
Yeah, my question was more about whether this actual project was a fish barrier. Is there a barrier to passage of fish at the project as it exists, the bridge? Or it sounded like there would be improvements to fish passage, right?
It's not a fish barrier as it is now, although there's poor bank structure that isn't as fish friendly as fish biologists would like. And then the creosote pilings are built into the center of the creek channel. But it's my understanding that the county road is considered a barrier.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else for this project? Okay, well, thank you so much, Eric. We're going to let the evaluators fill in their scores while I pull up the next PowerPoint for you.
It's actually me, so I'm going to stay on with everyone. You get to hear my voice quite a bit today.
Wonderful. Glad to have you.
I'm glad that you feel so.
Okay, Eric will have you do the same thing where you click to make sure you have control.
Use my cursor, and I usually use a mouse, but the cursor worked better for me.
Great.
So it didn't work there. Let's see.
There you go. I saw it
Yeah.
moving.
I'll go back. Okay. I'm ready to start whenever you are.
Okay. I have reset my timer and you can go ahead and get started.
All right. Hello again. My name is Eric Olmstead, Parks Planner for State Parks Southwest Capital Development Program. I'm requesting funding for 2 new trails at Tomey State Park to increase safe travel from the upper parking area down to the beach and lower Deus area, both shown here in yellow. I'll point out a couple of interesting features visible on the slide to help orientate you through the presentation. Starting from the beach, there's a pedestrian bridge that leads over a lagoon and leads to a reservable event building and small parking area. Up the hill from that is the upper parking area where the park ranger's office, amphitheater, restrooms, and picnic area are located. Tomey State Park is in Thurston County, 9 miles northeast of Olympia, along the shores of the Puget Sound. The site location is just inside the park entrance, extending downhill from the upper Deus area and parking lot. This project will develop 2 safe sections of trail shown in yellow from the upper parking area downhill connecting to existing trails. Both trails to be dug with hand tools by Washington Trails Association. Here we see new trail segments in yellow and decommissioned areas in green. Criteria number 1, public need. With increased visitation to the park from growing communities, safe trails from the upper parking lot to lower beach access and day use areas are needed, as more often lower parking lots are full, forcing visitors to utilize the upper parking area or needing to go uphill to the ranger station. Here we see a photo of the upper parking and proposed entrance to the East Trail. Here we see more of the upper parking area and the proposed entrance to the West Trail. By developing these two trails, we create safe passage from the upper parking area down to the beach and day-use access areas. This meets State Park's mission of connecting Washingtonians with their diverse natural environment while providing memorable recreation and educational experiences. This project also supports the local plan of Thurston County's physical recreation plan designed to support and provide access to outdoor recreational activities and Thurston County's comprehensive plan of protecting the environment, recreation, and open spaces. Here we can see an ice-covered route down the east side, showing the need for safer routes down. Criteria number 2, project significance. Places to be. Tomie State Park is remarkably close to Olympia, Tacoma, and communities of the South Puget Sound. Backed by forests, the park's main draw is 1,800 feet of shoreline and beach. The park connects a freshwater creek to the saltwater, creating a salt marsh acting like a wet sponge, cleaning water and serving as a vital feeding and nesting ground for migrating birds. This area is filled with families on summer weekends, but it can be quite quiet during the week, allowing natural habitat to flourish. Stories to know. Tomie State Park shoreline are within the Nisqually reach of the Puget Sound. These waters are the indigenous homeland of the Nisqually Indian tribe and neighboring Squaxin Indian tribe, with rich hunting, fishing, and gathering grounds. By the mid-1800s, the land was closely tied to Dr. William Fraser Tomie, who commanded the nearby Hudson Bay Company's Fort Nisqually. Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission purchased the property in the early 60s when planners noticed the shoreline was actively eroding and degrading due to riprap used on adjoining properties. To save the beach, planners reached out to renowned conservationist and coastal engineer Wolf Bauer. Completed in 1974, Bauer designed one of the first successful beach nourishment projects in the United States. Tomie provides more than 3 miles of hiking and a variety of Washingtonians' recreational mainstays, along with unique beach activities such as scuba diving. Tomie features a saltwater marsh and abundant wildlife that draws visitors of all levels and amenities, such as the 2 picnic shelters, a small amphitheater to accommodate visitors' needs. Ways to grow. These 2 trail developments invite novices to enjoy the outdoors. Within 20 minutes of Olympia and 35 minutes from Tacoma, Tomie is easy access to outdoor recreation. This access achieves a combination of growth by increasing tourism, which is a vital part of Thurston County's economy, and provides exercise through several activities, which supports the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan. Beyond extensive recreation, the park has something for everyone. The history of indigenous people, the Hudson Bay Company, and restoration efforts provide extensive interpretive elements to educate visitors. 2 picnic shelters provide comfortable accommodations for gathering and quaint amphitheater with fire pits that provide fun evenings. The lower shelter is fully enclosed with heating, air conditioning, and kitchen facilities. Criteria number 4, project design. State Parks planners and engineers utilize trail experts from Washington Trails Association to establish the detailed construction documents currently at 60%. These meet the described need of safe trails from the parking down the most popular areas to the most popular areas of the park. Both trails to be dug with hand tools by Washington Trails Association. Both sections of existing trails will be decommissioned and restored with soil and native plant materials from the new trails. The East Trail will be 160 feet long, and the West Trail is 414 feet long, with a target grade of 3 to 20% and a cross slope of 5 to 10% with 3 to 6 foot turning radiuses. An appropriate sign plan has been incorporated with guidance from State Park Sign Committee and rangers. State Park staff have thoroughly surveyed and with assistance of Washington Trails Association, established the best routes down slopes with minimal cut and fill to areas that support the development. Here we see a typical trail section of the trail establishing maximum of 2 to 1 cut and fill. To ensure additional runoff due to impacts from climate change is properly managed, engineers have utilized State Parks climate sustainability research to incorporate a small retaining wall to ensure sustainability from any additional erosion, protecting the development of the salt marsh below. This project strives to get as close as possible to universal trail design given steep terrain. The project increases access for Washington State's diverse population by providing safe access to nature of large populations of multi-race, tribal affiliations, orientations, income, and ages. Here we see the trail development areas in yellow with restoration areas in green. The area of this project is within Tommy State Park, which is considered recreation by the Classification and Management Planning Program, established by Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission, which supports this use. Recreation classified land is appropriate for high-intensity recreation use and development. State Park environmental permitted engineers and project managers agree this project is fully permittable with no complications and should only carry minimal of restoring existing trail sections to be decommissioned. The project incorporates sustainable design techniques such as low-impact construction of hand tools with green infrastructure of modern environmental safe building materials. The project cost estimated is low at $205,000. Budget projection is based on Washington Trails Association construction costs, including engineering and permitting costs with inflation until 2028, when the project is estimated to be fully permitted and ready for construction. With a generous match of $13,000 from $13,000 from Washington Trails Association and $10,000 from the Washington State Parks Foundation, we are requesting $182,000 from RCO. Criteria number 5, resource stewardship. State Parks planners are working directly with State Parks research stewardship staff to ensure sustainability by routing trails through and around trees, have proper runoff capabilities, and restoration efforts include only native vegetation. State Parks cultural resource staff will ensure heritage preservation of the site while working with local tribes and historical experts. Both will engage in preservation and education of the park and its history. This project creates safe connections to the upper, lower, and lower areas of the park, which can feel disconnected at times. As shown here, establishing safe connecting trails from the upper area is essential for keeping pedestrians safe while better utilizing parking away from the previously established coastal restoration efforts. Criteria number 7, this project has support and assistance from the Nisqually Indian Tribe and Washington Trails Association. Both will be providing expertise and or volunteer labor for the project. Criteria number 8, the Washington State Parks Foundation has graciously agreed to a monetary match of $10,000 to support the project. The foundation engages, expands, and sustains a broad base of supporters who give to, advocate for, and treasure for State Parks land. This valuable partnership between State Parks and the foundation connects the public to the project through private donations and other opportunities. Criteria number 9, once funded, this project is ready to proceed with design at 60%. This project will be designed to 90% by fall of 2027 and ready to submit for permitting is estimated to be fully in place by spring of 2028. That will allow construction to be scheduled with Washington Trails Association in the summer of 2028. The work should be approximately 2.5 weeks, 2.5 weeks of labor, and completed by fall of 2028. Thank you for considering our request for funding of this project. Please let me know if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, Eric. Any questions from the committee? Okay, Betsy.
Thank you, Eric. Another trail width and condition type of question. I understand that, the site is got some challenges related to accessibility, and you were speaking a little bit about how the trails had been designed to try to maximize that to the extent possible. I wondered if you could speak a little bit more about that, just because I noticed that the width was about 3.5 feet, and I don't know if you're looking at outdoor recreation access route guidance or if you have any other, thoughts to make those as accessible as possible. If you could provide a little bit more detail, that would be helpful just because there weren't really many design documents submitted.
Yeah, the width of the trail does vary. The 3.5 feet is an average. It is wider in upper and lower sections of the West Trail. The East Trail is 4 feet wide, and the West Trail does get a little bit skinnier due to the retaining wall that's needed at one point due to the steep hillside of both access areas. um, because the park is set on a split cove, so it's a point with travel downhill to both beach access areas. It's so steep that we're working with Washington Trails Association and State Parks Trail staff, along with engineers, to collaborate to follow design guidelines for trails, but eliminate as little cut and fill as possible. So the dilemma really is we have engineers. Everyone would like a little wider path, but engineers show that the more we cut into the hillside, the more that we have to cut up into and possibly remove trees or vegetation and also affect runoff. So we're kind of in a tight spot due to um, how steep the hillsides are, and that puts us in kind of a squeeze between width and how much we want to cut into the hillside. Right now, we're routing around all trees, and we're not removing. The plan is to not remove any trees, but if we make the trail much wider than we are planning now, we may have to remove some trees to be able to accommodate.
Yeah, no, a literal squeeze for sure. I think, one of some of the techniques to help in situations like that, if it does widen in certain areas, that can allow for passing. And if landings can be incorporated, in the midst of some of those higher sloped areas, that would definitely be something to consider. But thanks for the additional detail there and appreciate that filling in the gap from the drawings.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mike. Oh, something else, Eric?
I believe the 60% designs are attached into Prism, and if not, I'll try and get them attached in there so that you can look through them.
That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have Mike, then Paul.
Yeah, nice presentation. I just want to ask a question or two in regards to WTA's contribution in regards to this. So I'm assuming that WTA is going to be building most of the trail, and I know that they have some donations that you mentioned. But from the standpoint of in-kind labor donations that they're doing, can you kind of paint me a picture of, how long is it going to take WTA to, build these trails? How many people or maybe man hours are they going to volunteer on this?
It'll be about 2.5 weeks of labor, and it's all being done by Washington Trails Association. Even the retaining wall will be done by parks maintenance staff combined with WTA's staff. And when it comes to Washington Trails Association, their donations are a little tricky because we do get charged for working with WTA and admin and administration costs. but we get in-kind labor donations. So we don't get any monetary donations from Washington Trails Association, and they do have a little bit of admin costs that come along with their volunteer labor, but they put together very well-known trail labor crews. And so we use them quite a bit in our trail systems. And their in-kind labor donation comes through their volunteers and organizing to be at our projects or at the project here at Tolme, and combine their education and expertise along with hand tools to be able to cut the trails. So their in-kind labor is just the volunteer laborers that will be there for about 2.5 weeks to cut the trail, put in the retaining wall, and even help revegetate the restoration areas.
And so they did some of the design work on the trail itself, I suppose.
We do the design work in-house with our own engineers in the Southwest Capital Region, of state parks. We have in-house engineers that do the design work itself, but we get in-field advice from WTA employees and staff. So we meet them there at Tolme. We have found multiple routes down and changed our routes many times with park combination of engineers, WTA, and state parks park planners to find the best route that we possibly could down. They help us with finding slope, terrain, and ultimately routes. In this case, we collaborated with State Parks forestry program to avoid trees, the stewardship division to accommodate, prevent runoff and accommodate any sensitive plants that may be in the area, which there weren't, but there is some big trees that we're avoiding. And then State Parks trail staff to help us with our turning radiuses, slopes, cross slopes, etc. And preliminary work from WTA staff becomes really, really helpful when you're in the field and you're laying out your new trail. They use inclinometers to calculate incline and slope percentages, and come up with routes that are very helpful in the initial design. So they help us flag the design, the conceptual layout, and then our engineering staff does the design work that you see in the presentation.
Thanks.
All right, and we are at 12:15. So Paul, do you want to ask your question just real quick?
Yeah, just really quick. Hey, Eric. I was curious about the retaining wall component and WTA's involvement in that. I saw that they were tagged to build that. That retaining wall does look substantial, and I guess I know that WTA has a lot of super skilled volunteers and paid staff that can do a lot of different things. But I guess I just wanted to be clear that WTA is building that retaining wall, and you guys have talked with WTA about that, and they've said they can do it.
We have, and it'll be a collaborative effort between parks maintenance staff. So the Southwest maintenance staff will be assisting in that portion, where WTA will be creating all of the trail. Our parks maintenance staff, who are very enabled with construction, will be assisting them. The retaining wall isn't quite as elaborate as it looks. It is pin piles or tubing that is drove down into the ground and then in place with board backing to support the short distance of trail that needs a retaining wall. So it'll be a combination of WTA and parks maintenance staff, or what we call regional maintenance staff.
Yeah, that's helpful because we can't see the full CD, 60% CD set. That's not clear. So thank you for answering that question, Eric.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to the next project, which is the Nisqually Trail System Development. Okay, Eric, the same thing. Do you want to click and make sure you have control?
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So
And then I will go ahead and set the timer again for 12 minutes and you can get started.
Okay, well, this is my last presentation, and as you know, my name is Eric Olmsted, a parks planner for State Parks Southwest Capital Development. I am requesting funding for Phase 5B of the Nisqually State Parks Development Plan. Phase 5 is the overall trail plan of the Nisqually State Park. Phase 5B of the initial park development trail plan includes 1.65 miles of equestrian pedestrian trails, an equestrian parking lot, equestrian facility, and restroom. Here we see the Nisqually State Park logo representing the unique partnership the park has with the Nisqually Indian tribe and an area of proposed trail. Nisqually State Park is located approximately 1 hour south of Tacoma in western Washington. The park entrance is 3 miles west of Eatonville along SR7. Here we see the park boundary between the Nisqually River, Ohop Creek, Michelle River, and SR7. The site location for Phase 5B trail improvements are highlighted in pink, bordering the Nisqually Land Trust property. Criteria 1, public need. Nisqually State Park is a new developing property in partnership with the Nisqually Indian tribe. The need for a park in the area was first identified in the Nisqually River Management Plan, approved by Washington State Legislature in 1987. As part of this effort, State Park began purchasing property in 1991, acquiring nearly 1,300 acres by 2013 for recreation and camping. In 2014, the Nisqually Indian Tribe and State Park signed a memorandum of understanding to collaboratively plan and manage the park. Nisqually people's lives and culture will be prominent among the park's interpretive themes and art, providing the public culture, preservation, and understanding while providing public recreation. Places to be. The Nisqually River is an 81-mile river in west central Washington, famous for its glacial runoff from Mount Rainier, salmon habitat, and its terminus in the Puget Sound. It is a central part of the region's ecosystems and a significant area for tourism. The Nisqually Indian tribe's indigenous history. Nisqually State Park is along the middle portion of the river between the Michelle River and Ohop Creek with stunning views of Mount Rainier. Here we see a postcard from 1859 showcasing the beauty many generations have come to explore in the area. With over 2 million visitors entering Mount Rainier National Park annually, this area is truly one of Washington's most desirable places to be. The stories to know are of the Nisqually tribe, or people of the grass, a Coast Salish people who have inhabited their ancestral lands along the Nisqually River throughout time, and the unique partnership the park provides. The Nisqually art and culture will be among the park's main interpretive themes, as well as the healing partnership between the tribe and the state of Washington, with salmon restoration efforts being done throughout the river system. This project will support 6 of the top 10 activities visitors are expected to engage in within the park. Here we see a mosaic at Ohop Creek overlook near the confluence with the Nisqually River, completed in 2025, that Phase 5B will eventually be connected to. Phase 5B is an important step in the ways Nisqually State Park is to grow. Phase 5B is the development of a parking lot and multi-use trail, reopening the park to equestrians. Initial development that opened a basic trailhead in 2015. A full park development phasing plan began in 2019 with phases 1 through 4 completed, soon to be completed or are in progress. Phase 5 is development of the overall trail plan, which this project is needing funding for development of phase 5B. Phase 5B is an important step to create recreation as the park reopens and for future steps that are funded. Phase 5B includes 1.65 miles of equestrian pedestrian trail shown in pink and connects to the overall trail system, which includes approximately 13.2 miles of trail within the park with something for everyone. This project will provide increased trail access for overall development of the park, especially for equestrian riders who have been using the property since the park State Parks purchased the property in 1991. Washington State is a major hub for equine activity, home to an estimated 175,000 horses and an economic contribution of nearly $250 million annually, making it one of the top 10 recreational activities in the state. Here we see a map of the trails 5A, B, and C that has been or is currently under development at the park in relationship to the rest of the park. Criteria number 4, project design. Here we see the Phase 5B trail shown in dark black. Most of the Phase 5B trail is over existing logging roads shown wider and 2 small portions being constructed through areas without previous disturbance. Developing this segment of trail satisfied the need of developing a park in partnership with Nisqually Indian Tribe for recreation and education for all Washingtonians. The trail will be 8 feet wide with a crushed rock surfacing, with a 2-foot shoulder and a 4-foot brushing limit. A 370-foot section of 10 feet wide elevated boardwalk shown within the dashed square will go through a wetland buffer. Documents are ready for construction, with only changes being made from permitters' request. All permits for Phase 5 have been submitted with capital funds. Phase 5B development funding is essential to provide recreation as the park reopens. By July 2027, Phase 5B will be shovel-ready and construction estimated in 2028. Phase 5B, as well as all park design, has been reviewed by climate sustainability experts to ensure any impacts of climate change are mitigated to ensure development will be protected and safe for use. The project utilizes ADA and universal design elements to be above and beyond compliance from parking lot throughout the trail design. By designing with all in mind, improvements such as mounting blocks, space for multiple users serve all people will be incorporated. State Parks has classified this area of the park as resource rec, which supports its development. Modern construction specification will be implemented through Procore construction programming, which streamlines construction communication and ensures low impact techniques using proper equipment and preferred building materials that will ensure the project will have a minimal area of impact with sustainable construction elements. Due to previous logging, several undesirable paths or roads leading onto neighboring properties or other areas of the park will be closed and blocked with boulders from previous developments, then allowed to be grown over. Here we see what roads will be closed in association to the Phase 5B trail, including roads leading to the Nisqually Land Trust property as requested in the technical review. Here we see a typical section of Phase 5B equestrian pedestrian trail at 8 feet wide of crushed rock surfacing, a 2-foot graded shoulder, and a 2 to 4 foot brushing to the sides. A 12-foot vertical clearance will be established for equestrians of tall riders. Most Phase 5B trails will be built over previously established logging roads, and very little will be through undisturbed areas. Here we see the design of the parking lot with 14 truck and trailer spaces, 6 vehicle spaces, One ADA truck and trailer space will be accommodated, and two vehicular ADA spaces will be included. Accessible kiosk, manure bin, restroom, and connection to the trail system will be provided from the parking. Criteria number 5, resource stewardship. A cooperative agreement and memorandum of understanding between the tribe and state parks guides the design from a mutual respect and stewardship of the rich and natural landscape and cultural history of the property. State park stewardship and tribe's natural resource divisions work closely together to best identify stewardship practices of all development. Both divisions have been influential and approved of this project in all of the trail plan, as well as other phases of the park. Criteria number 6, phased project. Phase 5B is one part of a 6-phased overall development plan to create a new type of state park highlighting tribal culture, camping amphitheater, and extensive trail system. The fully developed park will have many amenities with trails leading to each area. River, valley overlooks, while creating a variety of opportunities to recreate in different ways. Criteria number 7, project support. This project is supported by the Nisqually Indian Tribe, Backcountry Horsemen of Washington, the town of Eatonville, as well as other supporting members of the public who are ready to recreate on the trails of the new park. Criteria number 8, partnership. The partnership between the Nisqually Indian Tribe and Washington State Parks began in earnest around 2008, with the formal agreements for development and co-management signed in 2014. Phase 5B and all aspects of the design of the park have been equally collaborated and agreed upon between the tribe and state parks. Here we see the trail names chosen by the Nisqually Trail tribal members in both English and Lushootseed, the Nisqually Indian tribe's native language. Trail maps and signage will utilize both languages, showing the strength of partnership between the tribe and state parks. Phase 5B trails are trails number 5 and 7 shown, the OHOP and Raven trails. Criteria number 9, readiness to proceed. Due to previously secured capital funding, all of phase 5 is funded and estimated to have permits in place by fall of 2027. Phase 5B could be out to bid as soon as funded in 2027, with construction starting in the fall of 2027 and through the dry working window of 2028. The project would be open to the public in the fall of 2028. Here we see a section of the boardwalk along the trail and kiosk in the parking lot. Thank you. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Eric. You were right on time. The timer went off the moment you said that. So what questions do we have from the committee?
Well, good to hear. I used every second that I possibly.
Very good.
I'm happy to answer any questions. This is an incredible project.
Paul.
All right. Keeping my streak of questions alive. So a couple nice presentation, Eric. I wanted to get a sense, given the capacity of that trailhead parking lot with 16 truck and trailer stalls, what's the mileage of the trail system that serves?
Well, it'll connect to all 13 miles.
All 13 miles within Nisqually.
Yeah, it'll serve all of it. This will be the main trail parking lot. So there is an entrance parking lot that was developed in the initial development. The very first, it's called the initial development of the park, was created with a small parking lot and entrance sign to the park. This will be the main parking lot for trail users. So whether you're there to bike or equestrian, this will be the main facility. There's other parking lots. There'll be a big parking lot at the village center. There'll still be the initial parking lot that we built, but we don't anticipate that the initial parking lot will accommodate the day use trail visitors, and this will, especially the horsemen. This property, since we purchased it at State Parks, has been very popular with equestrians, to say the least. Often before we had to close it for the development that we're in now, the parking lot was full. And according to Backcountry Horsemen, getting more popular with equestrians due to the riding. And so not only does this section of trail will reopen that for equestrians, it will accommodate them with the facilities that they need for the trail system. But to answer your direct question, this parking lot and trail system will connect to all 13.2 miles of trail.
Okay, awesome. And then second question, this should be a quick one. The phasing, it wasn't clear, and I'm not clear, like what phases have been completed to date or are funded, and is it like basically everything up to 5B has either been completed and or funded?
Everything up to phase 6. So the initial development was obviously built and funded, and then the phasing of the overall park is 1, 2, 3, 4, and most of 5 has been funded. What hasn't been funded of phase 5 is phase 5B development. So
Okay.
we've funded everything through 1 through 4. Most of phase 5, including the design and permitting, we need the money to develop the parking lot and this trail system of phase 5B.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric.
Here we have just a couple minutes left. So Catherine, then Bill.
I just had a question about compatibility of equestrian pedestrian trails for both uses, and is there a priority given to equestrian use?
There will be signage for priority for equestrian use due to safety concerns. The compatibility of pedestrian equestrians we find to be very compatible. That's exactly why this isn't a multi-use trail, so we won't be allowing bicycles on this section of trails. The feedback that we're getting, especially from backcountry horsemen, is that horses and bicycles don't mix as well as horses and pedestrians do. Horses are often spooked by the speed and look of the bicycles, and pedestrians are at a slower pace. Horses are used to seeing humans, and they're able to step aside and let horses go by. So all of the design of the equestrian trails are collaborated with the Backcountry Horsemen Association, who have been very accommodating because they are losing some sections of accessing the river with horses for salmon recovery efforts. So we're enhancing equestrian facilities and areas to ride horses in the park.
Eric, thank you. Can you help me understand a little bit why the parking area is as expensive as it is? 22 parking spaces, $70,000 a piece. Sounds, I don't know, just I think I need to know a little bit more about the factors driving that cost.
So those costs came back from engineering estimates. It's the cost of asphalt, it's the cost of the base material, and what we expect to see with inflation. What we've seen in inflation in the last 3 years, but especially the last 5 years, I mean, it's really gone up exponentially in cost. So most of that exuberant cost is in asphalt.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Paul, one last quick thing.
I just had a follow up on that. So related to the design of the trailhead and the surfacing, I would assume that the asphalt is really limited to the passenger vehicle parking and that the equestrian stalls are not in fact paved.
Some of the equestrian stalls will be paved due to ADA accommodations.
Okay.
And so those parking stalls will be paved to accommodate striping. We can achieve ADA compliance in parking lots with compact, stable, slip-resistant surfaces. But what we really struggle with is keeping the lines in place, which is a big part of the compliance. So whether it be the access striping or the lines themselves for the parking stalls, we really struggle with keeping those compliant on a gravel surface. And we find that asphalt or concrete goes a long ways in creating that stable slip resistant surface.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Eric, for your presentations today. I know that Russell will be in touch with you once we have the ranked lists available. Let us know if you have any questions in the meantime.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of your efforts here and questions. They were pretty easy for me. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. And evaluators, we do have a special guest with us. The Recreation and Conservation Office Director, Megan Duffy, is here joining us. I just wanted to say a few words.
Thanks, Allison. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know about the categorization of a special guest, but I mean, you all are doing the hard work, and I essentially just wanted to come on and say thank you for that. Our evaluation process and the role of the committees is really critical to kind of the overall integrity of the process. And when we're out talking to folks, including legislators and others, and we describe the process, you all and the work that you do lends itself to a lot of trust from the rest of the world. And I just wanted to really say thank you. I know it is time consuming, and it is an addition to kind of your quote unquote regular work. So it's really very much appreciated. And I just wanted to say thank you and not get in the way of your lunch.
Yes,
Thanks, Allison.
thank you for joining us. Yes, on that note, it is time for our lunch break. So go ahead and grab some food. We are more than halfway done. So we have just 6 projects left after our lunch break. So let's plan on being back right at that 1:35 mark. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you for joining us. We will be getting started in just a few minutes. Once everyone gets back from lunch, we'll be starting at 1:35. And you're still, I can't hear you. You're muted. But if you want to check your mic, that'd be great.
Oh,
there you go.
Sorry about that. Yeah, ready to go at right at 1:35. So
Okay.
Got my notes pulled up and I'll be ready to hop right in.
Okay.
And you can hear me
Yes.
just fine.
Yeah, yeah. Good sound going.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, I see people are returning from lunch. They're all refreshed and ready to start the second half of the day. If you don't mind turning on your cameras again, just so I can see when everyone's back. And we'll get started in just a couple minutes here.
I'm back. Just my camera's not working.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. Looks like we have Bill. Maybe just waiting on Fabian and Ken. Ken's here. And Fabian's here. Okay. So we're looking good. I think we have everyone back. So we have Rachel here, so we can go ahead and get started. So Rachel, what I will do is hand over the controls to you.
Yep.
You should be able to click on your screen and advance the slides with either your mouse or using the arrows on your keyboard. There you go.
Okay. It was a little delayed, but
yeah, there is a bit of a lag, so just have a little patience after you click so you don't go too far.
Okay.
And then I will set the timer for 12 minutes, and you are ready to go whenever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Rachel Mazzacavallo, and I'm a property and acquisition specialist with Washington State Parks. I'm here to present a state parks grant request for an acquisition on Banyere Island within Deception Pass State Park. Photographed on this slide, you'll see a portion of the subject property, which includes a house perched on top of a rocky bluff and then the forested shoreline behind it. Let's jump in. So this park is located in northwestern Washington, about 70 miles north of Seattle. The park is just shy of 4,000 acres and includes dramatic coastline, the iconic Deception Pass Bridge pictured here, and hiking trails. It's really one of the most spectacular places in our state. And tucked between Cornet Bay and Deception Pass Channel is Banyere Island, which is located here. You can see it on the map. We are specifically requesting $925,000 to purchase 2 parcels on the northwest tip of the island, totaling approximately 1.7 acres. It's a property that our planning effort has determined is desirable to be under State Parks management. We have a willing seller who has given State Parks the opportunity to purchase before she evaluates other options to sell. And one of these parcels includes a residence, which will be evaluated for ranger housing. So project location, this is the 10.9 acre Benyer Island, which is accessible by kayak or boat. The red polygon on the northwest tip is the subject of this proposal. State Parks started acquiring parcels here in 1998. Criteria 1, public need. This acquisition meets public need as identified at both the state and the agency level through state laws, statewide planning, and the adopted management plan for this specific park. State law mandates us to acquire the most significant recreation and conservation lands before they are converted to incompatible uses, which we'll touch on later. The 2023 Recreation and Conservation Plan emphasizes protecting natural and cultural resources, managing growing demand, and providing meaningful access to all. Benyer has natural and cultural significance, and Deception Pass is within a day trip distance of major Washington cities and sees 2.8 million visitors annually. At the agency level, State Park Strategic Plan directs us to use long-term boundaries to guide acquisitions. The 1999 Deception Pass Management Plan includes Benyer in the long-term boundary and expressly directs staff to seek acquisitions of the remaining private parcels. This plan has been in place for decades, and today we are trying to execute that vision. With a population that continues to grow, it's important that we take action as early as we can. Criteria 2, project significance. This project aligns with all 5 of the State Park Strategic Plan goals. First, places to be. Benyer has an iconic shoreline that is visible from the Deception Pass Bridge. So if you're standing on the Deception Pass Bridge, which nearly everyone who visits the park does, and you look southeast, you can see Benyer Island. It's part of the view and part of the experience of the park. Stories to know. Washington's coastline offers opportunities to share rich history across centuries, from geologic past, ecological significance, and cultural history, including indigenous stewardship by the Swinomish tribe and experiences of early colonial navigators. Things to do. Acquiring this property is key to addressing some management issues that impact low-intensity recreation on the island, such as paddling and picnicking. Ways to grow. This goal is aimed at encouraging novices to get outdoors and explore different recreation opportunities, including marine parks and water trails, such as Benyer. For everyone, State Park Strategic Plan states that it's not just about having access to outdoor recreation, but specifically having access to a broad array of activities is important. One example of what this looks like is I have a friend who had a life-altering injury which significantly limited her mobility. However, she is able to sit in a kayak, which she took out to Benyer, and she's never stopped recreating outdoors since. Offering a diverse range of activities creates different entry points into the outdoor recreation space. Criteria 3, acquisition priority. This acquisition satisfies a real documented need. Commission records show interest in Benyer Island going back as far as 1970, and the later management plan, Benyer was included in the long-term boundary, which identified lands that would be advantageous for park purposes. This land is vulnerable to incompatible development. It's currently zoned as rural, and the shoreline designation is rural conservancy. Both allow for a development of single-family residences, accessory structures, and accessory beaches. Allowed conditionally in this classification are ADUs and commercial aquaculture. So without this acquisition, we're looking at the real possibility of additional structures, vegetation removal, shoreline modification, all of which may be irreversible. Second, this property expands the opportunity for a broad range of people to access a truly special experience. How often does somebody get to responsibly recreate on an island in the Puget Sound? There's also the timing piece. This is the first real acquisition opportunity on the island since 2007. The owner is elderly and ready to sell. State Parks doesn't control when willing sellers come forward, and the window is open right now. Then there's the management piece. This island has communal infrastructure shared between state parks and private landowners. That creates real management challenges. There are things that we can simply not maintain or control to state standards when private owners have a stake in shared facilities. There's also potential for staff housing, which the agency has benefited from significantly. Criteria 5, resource stewardship. Resource stewardship asks how this project protects natural and cultural resources over time. This acquisition will help us ensure there is no new development in this fragile ecosystem. On the cultural and educational side, Benyer has a documented history that deserves to be preserved and shared, including indigenous occupation by the Swinomish tribe. And then this acquisition would help us achieve the long-term stewardship goal in the 1999 management plan. Criteria 6, expansion of an existing state park. This slide shows the classification and management planning long-term boundary, as well as the acquisition map shown on the right. Each P number is a parcel that State Parks has acquired over the years, so you can see how far along we really are. The remaining private parcels in the north end are currently held by unwilling sellers. Here's a concept map for potential future development. The resource recreation classification supports medium to low intensity recreation such as kayaking, canoeing, picnicking, primitive camping, trails, swimming, and allows for a CXT or some sanitary facilities. Currently, the dock needs upgrades, and it is an amenity owned by the HOA, which State Parks is the majority owner. But because of these factors, the dock is not open to the public, but the intent is to have this as a public amenity available in the future. Criteria 7, project support. We have received support for this project from the Deception Pass Foundation, Deception Pass Tours, and community members. All of them shared a similar sentiment that this island matters and adding these parcels to the park is the right thing to do for Deception Pass. Application materials were also submitted for local jurisdiction review in March 2026, and no objections were concerned or voiced. Criteria 8, partnership opportunity. So I'll be straightforward here. This is a fairly typical in holdings type acquisition. There's no financial match or formal partners specific to this acquisition, but both Deception Pass Foundation and Deception Pass Tours provide services within the park as a whole. This acquisition could open the door for some exciting future partnerships. Benyer sits in the heart of the Cascadia Marine Trail. Washington Water Trails and similar paddling user groups are natural partners for future low intensity access and programming. There's also potential to add additional concessions to the park. Criteria 9, readiness to proceed. We have a willing seller. The landowner acknowledgement form has been executed. Both parcels are within the long-term boundary. Our cost estimate of $925,000 reflects current market conditions. Appraisals will begin as soon as funds are available. The State Parks real estate team is staffed and ready, and we have institutional knowledge and experience with Benyer Island. We are projecting acquisition completion by June 2029. So I want to close with something that drives home the importance of this acquisition. When compared to national parks, Deception Pass gets more annual visitors than about 85% of all national parks in the country. It sees almost twice as many visitors as Mount Rainier National Park, and Benyer sits right in the middle of all of that. And that's not including people that are driving on the public roads that cross over the bridge. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Are there any questions from the committee members? Paul, you're going to ruin your streak if you don't have a question.
There,
Sounds like
Working
Catherine.
on one.
Yeah.
This
Catherine?
obvious question that it's only accessible by boat. With that, having said that, in terms of visitors, does that kind of eliminate a chunk of the visitors getting out there? Or it looked like there were some concessionaire opportunities or other routes, rentals?
yep. I mean, there's no plan to, build any kind of bridge or anything from the mainland out to the island. We do want to preserve that like marine park feature that it has. So it is only accessible by boat. But it's not very far from Cornet Bay Marina. It's a very short paddle. I should have the distance off the top of my head, but I don't. But it anybody who has access to a kayak or some kind of boat would be able to make that distance. I'm comfortable saying that. We don't currently have any concessionaires lined up. The last request for proposals that we put out for a kayak concessionaire was very competitive. So if that is an avenue that we decide this is a good location for, then I believe that there would be concessionaires that would be willing to fill that role.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, question from you?
Yeah, I came up with one. Just took me a little bit. So yeah, thanks, Rachel. I was curious a little more about the HOA and the dock there, and assuming so if this acquisition is successful, if I'm following correctly, there's one more private property owner that owns the remaining privately owned parcels. And if state parks were to successfully acquire those parcels, it would allow us to have full control of the dock and then be able to open that up to public access. And I guess maybe I'm curious, like what that would, is there some vision for how that could open up the island for public access in a way that it's not right now?
So you are correct. There's two private parcel owners on the north end. They are a part of the same family, but there are those two. And if we were to acquire those two, in addition to this proposal, we would then have complete ownership over everything. They would dissolve the HOA basically, and we would have complete ownership of all the amenities on the island. Buying those parcels wouldn't immediately open up the use of the dock for the public. It does need significant renovations, and so doing those renovations when we're not allowing the public to use the dock is kind of why we haven't done those renovations yet. And so really acquiring the rest of the parcels would be kind of the next step to having that dock available.
Okay, that's helpful. And then related to that, because we're part of the HOA and we own a majority of the parcels, are we incurring significant annual fees that we're having to pay to the HOA because it can't be dissolved?
The HOA fees are very minimal. They're not, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I want to say it's a couple $100 a year.
Okay.
The area manager for Deception Pass area is the vice president of the HOA. So we do have, significant voice in any decisions that are made.
Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions? Yes, Bill.
Just a quick one. Thanks, Rachel, too, for the presentation. Visitation numbers. Do you have any sense what the visitation of the island is now, or visitation to the island is now?
When we track visitation, it's just for the park as a whole. That is a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have any specific numbers for the island.
Anything else from the committee? Okay, well, thank you so much, Rachel. Russell will be in touch with you as we prepare the ranked lists a little later this month, and reach out to him if you have any questions in the meantime.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you very much all for your time. And just a follow up on the technical review. Thank you, everyone that provided meaningful feedback. It was extremely helpful. So I appreciate all your time and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up we have the Larrabee Boat Launch Accessibility Developments, and that's with Jolene. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Right, Jolene, I am handing controls to you, so you should be able to click on the screen and either use your keyboard or the screen to advance the slides. Looks like it's working. So I will go ahead and set the timer for 12 minutes, and you can go ahead and get started when you are ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jolene Boyd. I am the Northwest Region Parks Planner. Thank you for inviting me to present today on the Larrabee Boat Launch Accessibility Developments Grant application. State Parks is applying for the grant from the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program State Parks category with the goal of completing design, permitting, and construction of accessibility developments by 2029. The project is located in Larrabee State Park, which is just south of Bellingham, Washington, along Chuckanut Highway. The project site is within a state park in Whatcom County, as I mentioned, near Bellingham, with a population approaching 100,000 people. Near the Whatcom and Skagit County border, adjacent with Puget Sound waters. Within Larrabee State Park, the project site is Wildcat Cove and is outlined in the red rectangle. The shoreline zone is designated as Conservancy by Whatcom County. State Parks is requesting funding for the design, cultural resources review, environmental permitting, and construction for an accessible viewpoint and route of access to the boat launch. As a result of this grant and funding, a viewpoint and path to the boat launch will be developed. This photo highlights the existing boat launch and adjacent area. Question 1, project need. What is the need for the project? The need for the project is to provide access to and the opportunity to visit and learn about this place in a meaningful way. An accessible route to the boat launch. Providing an accessible park experience and access to the boat launch have been identified, included in state parks planning documents like the Larrabee Management Plan and the ADA Remediation Plan. Specific needs in the management plan include providing a full range of accessible park experiences and opportunities for park visitors with disabilities. Also, improve coordination of traffic at the boat launch and how it is accessed, and also ensuring that existing and new facilities are accessible to people with disabilities. The ADA Remediation Plan also identified multiple barriers to accessibility through this site. This project will address ADA barriers identified with access to the boat launch. Beyond state parks, both local, the City of Bellingham, and regional, Whatcom County recreation plans identify the need to develop existing facilities to accommodate diverse populations so that they are accessible and inclusive for all community members. Question 2, project significance, places to be. The boat launch at Larrabee State Park connects people to Washington's iconic coastline. Larrabee State Park had approximately 500,000 visitors in 2025. At the boat launch, there was approximately 30,500 visitors. It is the only place on the coast of the mainland where you can drive and get a glimpse of these sandstone rocky cliffs that are distinctive of the San Juan Islands in northern Puget Sound. With accessibility developments to experience and access the water, this location will be a place to be for people of all abilities. Stories to know. I don't know if you get a sense from the photos, but the setting feels remote and cozy at the same time. It fosters community through engaging people and authentic Washington stories. On a site visit with fellow parks colleagues to inspect a drainage issue, a gentleman who was injured during a horseback riding accident was in the passenger seat of a truck. He told us that this was one of his favorite places to come because he could sit, take in the views, and get a feeling of being outdoors and enjoying the water. The photo here shows a few memorable stories in the making. Things to do. This place really is a launching site for so many things to do, whether it be beachcombing, tide pooling, learning to stand up paddleboard, kayaking, crabbing, or taking in the views and smelling the salty air. Ways to grow. As you could see from the project location and area photos, the boat launch is in the protected Wildcat Cove, which makes it a popular spot for novices to test the waters. It provides a safe outdoor learning place to experience Washington's Puget Sound and coastline. Something for everyone. There really is something here for everyone. You can come with your own self, friends, explore nature, or bring paddle boats. Improving access to this spot so that people of all abilities can enjoy and experience would be an asset to state parks, the citizens of Washington, and its visitors. Question 4, project design. Is the project well designed? As was identified in state parks, the City of Bellingham, and Whatcom County planning documents, accessible recreation facilities are needed in the region and at this location. The project will develop a viewpoint and accessible route of travel to the boat launch so that people of all abilities can enjoy this special place. In addition, the project design includes stewardship-minded items like removing creosote from the shoreline, improving shoreline habitat, and working with partners to provide eelgrass education information. Does the property support the type of development? The project site location is well suited for the activities this place has to offer. The project location is approximately 1 acre in size. It's one of the rare level spots near the bay that is not rocky. It's located within approximately a 2,700 acre state park and the only accessible location to the water within the park. The majority of the park's topography is hilly and part of the Chuckanut Mountain Range. Features included in the design are specifically to provide an accessible experience and opportunity to learn about this place. This launch is the only public launch and access south of Bellingham along this rocky shore that is otherwise private ownership. The project was designed in consideration of current environmental requirements and laws. Additionally, the project includes stewardship forward and environmentally beneficial components like restoring native vegetation along the shoreline and providing educational opportunities for people to learn about this sensitive landscape and ecology. The design would work and would be considerate of the existing landscape to minimize impacts and grading needed. Question 5, resource stewardship. The project will reflect Washington State Park's mission through caring for the land and water at this location while also providing recreational and educational experiences. Beyond accessibility and recreation improvements, the project will include remove creosote infrastructure like the base of kiosks, stairs, and other components, improve educational opportunities to learn about eelgrass and the natural environment through interpretive signs, and incorporate native plantings along the shoreline to improve habitat. Question 6, expansion phased project. The project presented will develop an accessible viewpoint and provide a walking path to the boat launch. The next phase will include ADA parking, adaptive features to increase use and approachability. Included in the long-term planning documents are improving hand launch access, reducing the slope of the launch to improve access, and including the accessible boarding pier. This initial step and project in the near term provides the basis and building stone for long-term vision and need. Project support. Question 7. The project has been met with broad support from local and regional groups. I've reached out to and gained support from the City of Bellingham and Parks and Recreation, Whatcom County Parks and Recreation, Northwest Straits Foundation, now called the Sailor Sea Alliance, and the Whatcom MRC. The project site is also frequented by outdoor education groups leading adventures. If you notice some of these groups have provided photos for this presentation. Question 8, partnerships. State Parks has partnerships and relationships with the Whatcom MRC, DNR, and Sailor Sea Alliance at this site, and specifically with an eye towards eelgrass protection, education, and monitoring. This project, should it be funded, would strengthen and draw upon those established partnerships to further eelgrass education opportunities and seek ways to partner to build sustainable recreation experience at this location. Question 9, project net readiness. State Parks has much experience at implementing and designing public use in coastal and sensitive areas. We have a team of professional staff, including engineers, planners, project managers, and environmental planners. We work together to implement successful projects statewide, including accessibility developments. We anticipate that this project will be permitted and designed ready for construction in the beginning of 2029. We anticipate the need for a county shoreline permit, hydraulic project approval from WDFW, and SEPA review. Since there is no work being proposed below the ordinary high water or high tide line, it will hopefully alleviate the need for federal permits. The value of this project will provide access to resources that are currently not available to a portion of the population. The costs included in the grant proposal reflect recent costs of doing similar work in state parks in the region. Thank you for your consideration of this project. Please let me know if you have any questions about this project or proposal.
Thank you, Jolene. What questions are there from the committee? Yes, Betsy.
Great. Thanks so much for your presentation, Jolene. This isn't actually reference to the last timeline slide that you had up, but I was curious a little bit about just the timeline with concept plan development not starting until next year and then construction 28, 29, and kind of what that means also in the context of not preparing the ADA parking until a phase 2. Is there any opportunity to bring that ADA parking project earlier in this lineup so that that can be a cohesive part of this access package?
Thank you for that question. I was of the understanding from the technical review process that ADA parking was not an eligible grant request. And so that's why it's not reflected in this grant proposal.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification for me, and it wasn't something that I remembered from that, but was kind of thinking about the focus on accessibility and the entire experience of kind of moving through that area.
Yeah, it's definitely a major component of it, and that's why I didn't highlight it in this proposal, but it will be whatever, should this proposal be funded and the viewpoint established, ADA parking will be a component of this site. If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that does. And could that be developed in tandem, even if it's not part of this specific grant proposal?
We do not currently have funding for that, so we would need to raise funding for, or dedicate funding for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Paul.
Thanks, Jolene. Similar to Betsy's line of questioning, I was curious. I don't have a great sense of like the site context and what other facilities this phase needs to ultimately connect with. So, for example, if there's like a vault toilet, is it currently not accessible? And would that be brought up to like ADA standards as part of this project, or separately but concurrently?
Yeah, great question. So my initial thought was, because ADA parking and access routes are not currently at the site, that would be eligible. But through talking with RCO and Russell, ADA, providing ADA, if it's currently not there, is considered renovation and not a development. And so, yes, there's an assessment done of this entire boat launch. There is a vault toilet there. There's parking there. It's not designated ADA and doesn't meet standards. But at some point, it is on our plan to provide those improvements should we receive funding from somewhere.
Thanks, Jolene.
Yeah. I guess to follow up on that, this is, I believe, in talking with our area manager for state parks, that this place gets used a lot, and it's very much in the community of Bellingham and Whatcom County, and access to it is really important. And so when I heard that the parking and ADA portions of the project were not eligible, I still wanted to propose this development, because it would be a huge benefit. And once you invest in a place, other things, it makes other things in doing those ADA improvements in conjunction, but separately, more possible, I'll say.
Any other questions for Jolene? Okay. So I think that is all, unless there's any other things that are popping up for people. Thank you so much, Jolene. We appreciate your time today. And Russell will be reaching out as we have more information about the ranked list and next steps after that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time and review.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have next up is Lake Easton State Park. We're a few minutes ahead of schedule. Do we have Eric?
I am here.
Wonderful.
You can hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine. So let me get you pulled up here. Okay, Eric, I will hand over remote control to you. So try clicking on there to see if you can advance the slides. It looks like it's working. So if you are ready to go, I will set my timer for 12 minutes and you can get started.
Cool. Thank you, Allison. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Jazik. I'm the Eastern Region Planner for Washington State Parks, and this presentation is for cabins development at Lake Easton State Park. The grant is requesting funding to develop 2 new cabins at Lake Easton. Lake Easton State Park sits in the Cascade Mountains directly on the I-90 corridor. It is approximately 70 miles from Seattle metro area and just about an hour from the Ellensburg, Wenatchee, and Yakima regions. This centrally located park is a great meeting point for travelers on both sides of the mountains. The closest park to Lake Easton that currently offers cabins is over an hour and a half away. Lake Easton is also only a short 20-minute drive from the popular Hyack Snow Park and Snoqualmie Pass Ski Resort. Lake Easton State Park is a 516-acre destination in the Cascades. In summer, visitors can enjoy boating, fishing, and swimming, as well as wildlife viewing from the Yakima River. In winter, the park is a regional hub for cross-country skiing and snowmobiling. The park also provides 6 miles of internal trails and serves as a key access point to the Palouse to Cascade State Park Trail for hikers and cyclists. I'm not getting it to switch to the next slide for whatever reason.
Can you try that again? I just gave.
Sure. Oh, yep, there it goes. Thank you. The cabins are proposed to be located between the existing boat launch and day use area. There are no known archaeological sites. The area is level, lightly wooded, and close to existing utilities. It also connects into existing hiking and snowmobile trails, including the Palouse to Cascades Trail. There are 2 existing camp loops at the park, a full hookup camp loop on the northern end of the park, and a primitive camp loop on the southern end. Public need. There's a significant public need for additional overnight lodging opportunities within both state parks and the camping industry as a whole. People are continuing to camp as they age and are even beginning to start camping at a later age. 25% of all new campers were age 65 plus. This underscores the need for additional inclusive, accessible lodging opportunities. The camping boom has sustained since the pandemic. Since 2023, over 8.5 million households have tried camping and have continued to camp. There has been little to no decrease in camping levels since the pandemic. Glamping, which is camping with full-service amenities, continues to gain popularity. It is the second most common type of camping behind tent camping, with 54% of campers intending to glamp in 2026. State parks and campgrounds do not meet the current or expected desire for this type of lodging. Washington State Parks has over 6,400 campsites with only 26 cabins with restroom facilities. These deluxe cabins only account for 0.4% of state parks' lodging inventory. Millions of Washingtonians drive right past the entrance of Lake Easton State Park every year. By placing these 2 cabins here, we aren't just adding beds, we are creating a year-round, weather-resilient anchor in the middle of our state's busiest recreation artery. Whether it's a family from Seattle looking for their first mountain experience or cross-country traveler from Spokane needing a safe roof place to rest, this project fills a massive geographic and demographic gap. We already have 2 similar cabins at Riverside State Park, which have been very popular with a 90% weekend rental rate during the primary use season from Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend. Additionally, the cabins are open all year long, providing increased opportunities for shoulder season use and winter lodging. This is especially helpful at Lake Easton as a prime location for assessing winter recreation. The development of cabins is also supported by multiple statewide plans and initiatives. Strategies from the state strategic plan that supports the project include providing customers the facilities and experiences they want and expect, maintain a safe and welcoming environment for all visitors of all backgrounds, and develop new park amenities, improve trails, and park services that meet the need of growing and increasingly diverse population. This development is also supported by the 2013 transformation strategy of providing recreation, cultural, and interpretive opportunities people will want. Lake Easton State Park not only has an iconic setting, but it also has many stories to tell. This quintessential alpine lake it offers the kind of mountain scenery people move to and visit the Pacific Northwest for. By adding cabins, we're allowing visitors to stay in this scenery, not just drive past it. Second, the story. These cabins act as a base camp for our interpretive programs. We're giving families the time to engage with our alpine ecosystem, enjoy the interpretive programs at the nearby amphitheater, and explore the nearby history at the South Cleom Rail Yard Interpretive Trail and the Palouse Cascades Trail. Lake Easton also often hosts first day hikes. The addition of these cabins will help new families experience this New Year's Day tradition. Lake Easton provides many things to do for recreation. Whether it's hiking, paddling, or winter snowboarding, it is truly a four-season destination. These cabins are our way to grow. For many, a tent and all the camping equipment is a higher barrier to entry. The cabin provides a safe, comfortable introduction to the outdoors for families who are just starting out. In fact, 31% of new campers stay in a location with enhanced amenities, and that helps break the barrier for many. Half of all millennials and 33% of Gen Z are interested in purchasing an RV after their first glamping experience. Most important, this is about something for everyone. By modeling these after our successful cabins at Riverside, we are ensuring that Lake Easton is truly inclusive. These aren't just extra beds. They are ADA accessible gateways that allow Washingtonians of all physical abilities to enjoy the Cascades. Project design. The design and layout of the cabins is modeled on previous work completed on the RCO grant-funded Bowl and Pitcher cabins at Riverside State Park. The preliminary conceptual design keeps the cabins outside of the 200-foot lakeshore buffer to aid with easier permitting. The utilities are nearby and will connect to the same utilities as the existing day-use restroom. The drain field servicing the day-use restroom is questionable, and a new small drain field may be required dependent on the conditions of the existing one. The location selected is flat and sparsely forested compared to adjacent parts of the park in order to reduce tree removal. The cabins are also sited to directly tie into existing pedestrian paths, snowmobile, and vehicular routes. Pedestrian paths will connect to both the existing amphitheater and to the day use area with lake access. The cabins are 20 feet by 20 feet, ADA compliant, and open year round. Each has a restroom with a shower, toilet, and kitchen with a sink and microwave oven. Each cabin features a futon that unfolds to accommodate two people and a bunk bed that sleeps two people on the lower bed and one on the upper bed. For outdoor enjoyment and cooking, each cabin area has a fire pit with a grate and picnic table. Cabins are heated and include air conditioning to increase visitor comfort during the hot summer seasons. The intent is to provide a unique lodging alternative that is suitable for any camper regardless of experience or physical ability. To ensure this project is both realistic and successful, we've based our cost estimates on the 60% design estimate for the cabins at Riverside State Park. Both units are fully ADA accessible, ensuring inclusivity is built in. Finally, we've been very intentional with the materials. We chose finishes that capture the warmth, homey cabin aesthetic visitors love, but we balanced that with high durability surfaces. This ensures the units are easy for our staff to maintain and clean, keeping the park sustainable and the visitor experience high. Two identified risk factors for retaining campers is not enjoyable first experience due to lack of services and amenities and not having the right gear, making the experience uncomfortable. By developing full service instead of rustic cabins as overnight lodging opportunities, Washington State Parks is providing a comfortable entry level for new campers to try camping without the requirement to invest in all the appropriate gear. The state park's climate adaptation plan provides a lens through which we consider the impacts of changing climate and can implement design modifications where appropriate. One example of climate adaptation approach is due to an increase in summer temperature, locations with water activities and alpine climates will become more desirable. Adding lodging capacity now will help prepare for the increase in future demand. Sustainability is a core priority for this project. We've selected 100% recyclable metal roofing and high-efficiency LED lighting to reduce our environmental impact and keep maintenance low. Beyond the materials, we're installing energy-efficient HVAC systems. In a mountain climate like Lake Easton, smart heating and high-efficient systems are essential, not just for comfort, but for keeping our operation costs as low as possible. Resource stewardship. Stewardship is at the forefront of this expansion. The project is designed with low impact footprint. We are using existing access routes and carefully selected sites to ensure the development doesn't fragment the surrounding forest. One of our key priorities is protecting the local watershed. We'll be utilizing a natural infiltration system where all the stormwater on site is treated and released back to the ground. This ensures that we aren't contributing to runoff or affecting the water quality of Lake Easton or the Yakima River. Expansion/phase project. While this is a standalone project, we view it as a critical expansion of the way people experience Lake Easton and state parks as a whole. We're expanding our lodging portfolio to include those who need more than a tent pad to feel welcome in the Cascades. This isn't just a random placement either. We've designed this with the future in mind. The site footprint and utility connections are being laid out to allow for a second phase with the potential to add 2 more cabins down the road. By thinking ahead now, we're ensuring that Lake Easton can sustainably grow to meet the high demand for roof lodging in this region. This project is located on Bureau of Reclamation land. The project will move forward by working through and with the support of the Bureau of Reclamation. We continue to collaborate, working with the Bureau of Reclamation to continue to improve the facilities at Lake Easton. Additionally, this project may be a future target for our staff to construct depending on yearly work schedule. These cabins are well within the skill set for our crews and could be officially constructed by state park staff. The project is further ahead than most projects in the design process. We'll be able to use the work currently happening on the Riverside State Park Phase 2 cabins to kickstart this project. We'll be using the same layout and design that has been proven successful for the structures. The majority of the design work will be site and utility design. We have experience permitting projects of this type and working early in the process to mitigate and avoid any shoreline permits. And with that, I appreciate your guys' time and if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Eric. I like to point out when people filled the time exactly, the timer went off right when you went to this slide.
That's good. I do try to practice making sure I don't run over.
So perfect, 12 minutes. All right, any questions from the committee? Yes, Paul.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Paul.
Question about the parking stalls, the number of parking stalls. I saw on the slide and that you have 3 parking stalls and an ADA stall, and then in the grant application you have just 4 parking stalls. So like ultimately, is that seems adequate for this first phase, but in the future phase, would there be more parking added in?
Well, yes. Well, there will be more parking. So the future phase would include the parking for the 2 new cabins. So the existing parking isn't meant. It's just meant for the 2 cabins in this phase, if that answers your question. And by technical requirements, the parking for each of them are going to be accessible. So everything is fully accessible, even if we only have one technically signed as accessible, if that makes sense.
Yep. Thanks, Eric.
Yep.
Any other questions? Yes, Catherine.
I was just going to ask about user groups support for the project. I didn't see any letters, but you may know of groups that are supportive of it.
Yeah, I was working with park staff. We hadn't gotten technically any letters of support, but I know a lot of the local groups would support having, more overnight lodging in that area. So unfortunately, I couldn't name any specifically in this presentation, but it is generally supported by all the users of this park and the surrounding area, including the snow park and the Palouse Cascades Trail.
Anyone else? I like to give a good pause just in case, because we do have people that jump in with questions at the last second as they're pondering their scores. Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up. So thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate your time today, and Russell will be reaching out once we have more information about ranked lists and next steps there. So
Sounds
hope you
good. I
enjoy the rest of
appreciate
your afternoon.
everybody taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we are at our next break. So we'll see you at, please arrive a little before 2:50, just a few minutes ahead of time so we can get started promptly. And thank you so much. We'll see you then. Hi, Alexandra. I see that you're here.
Hello. Yep, I'm here.
Great. And I can hear you loud and clear. Sounds good. We're just waiting for our evaluators to get back from their break, and then we'll get started at 2:50.
Sounds good.
Okay, it's 2:50. If everyone could just wave to let me know that they're here. Thank you.
I can't seem to start my video. This is Mike.
Okay, I hear you. You're here.
No.
Okay. And so
Yeah, I'm on now.
there you are. I'm seeing everyone. All right, thanks everyone. That was our last break, and we're here for our last three projects of the day. First up, we have Alexandra here. So Alexandra, I'm going to give you controls. And so you should be prompted now. You can click on the screen and advance the slides by either clicking or using your keyboard controls. Looks like that's working. So I will set the timer for 12 minutes and you can go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Alexandra Sullivan, and today I will be presenting Grant 261422 for Kopachuk's State Park Beach Area Development. Kopachuk State Park is located in Gig Harbor in South Puget Sound. The park is located in Pierce County and is about a half-hour drive from Tacoma. Washington State Parks owns and manages the 109 acres that comprise the park, including the 5,600 feet of saltwater shoreline on Henderson Bay. The park provides beach access and trails to park visitors. This grant requests $2.2 million in funding for the development of the beach area of the park. This project includes paving the road to the beach area, the creation of 3 ADA parking stalls, and the creation of an ADA accessible paved trail, which includes a scenic overlook that includes interpretation and a picnic area. This project also develops a drop-off location for those launching hand-powered watercraft and a marine trails campsite. Kopachuk State Park lies within the traditional territory of Coast Salish Indigenous people, whose present-day descendants include members of the Squaxin Island, Nisqually, and Puyallup tribes. The land in today's Kopachuk State Park was granted to the state of Washington at statehood in 1889, and in 1955, the lease of state trust lands to Washington State Parks began. Development of park facilities began in 1958, and at that time it was named Kopachuk, a Chinook jargon word for beside the water. The park was opened to the public in 1960. State Parks officially purchased the property in the 1970s. The park was utilized for camping, shellfish harvesting, and beach access for many decades. The park changed drastically in the early 2010s when it was discovered that Douglas fir trees within the park's campground were parasitized by laminated root rot. This fungus is spread from root systems of trees and causes the tree to die over time and can lead to trees falling seemingly at random. In a campground, that's not ideal for visitor safety. So in 2011, the decision was made to permanently close the campground, and this closure led to a visioning effort to better understand what the park could be in the future. To address criteria 1, public need, significant planning has been completed at Kopachuk. The park underwent a classification and management plan in 2009 in association with the South Puget Sound area. Out of an extensive public process, a list of desirable features was proposed. Those include ADA-compliant trails and improved access to and from the water for boaters. However, once the laminated root rot was discovered in the campground, a new planning effort was needed to understand how the campground closure would change the character and built environment of the park. This master plan also involved outreach to members of the public, stakeholders, and park staff to identify a new concept for how the park could be used. The outcome was the development of day-use facilities that best met the needs of Gig Harbor residents. The master plan was completed in 2014. The first phase of development for the day-use area was completed in 2025. This grant is requesting funds needed to complete upgrades to the beach area as outlined in the master plan. To address number 2, project significance, this project meets 3 of the 5 objectives of the acquisition and development strategy: places to be, things to do, and ways to grow. The acquisition and development strategy states that Washington State Park should seek to acquire and develop places that connect people with the state's iconic landscapes, including Salish Sea shorelines, which is a prominent feature of this project. Kopachuk State Park provides beach access to Henderson Bay, and this project directly improves visitors' ability to access and enjoy the beach. Kopachuk provides, and this project directly supports, many of the activities that are described under the Things to Do section of the Acquisition and Development Strategy. This project directly creates infrastructure that supports walking and hiking, picnicking, camping, beach exploring, and boating at the park. The boardwalk and vehicular access specifically provides ADA access to the beach, allowing disabled park visitors to experience the shoreline. The creation of the water trail campsite will allow overnight access for those visiting the parks by water trail. This project also meets the goals of providing ways to grow in multiple ways. Firstly, the park qualifies as an urban gateway. The park is only 19 miles from Tacoma, the 3rd most populous city in the state. The park has developed facilities that are ideal for those with less experience with the outdoors and allows short hiking excursions and easy shoreline access for visitors. Kopachuk also provides multi-park recreational opportunities. The park is a site on the Washington Marine Trail. This project would be reestablishing the Marine Trail campsite in a more desirable location after the previous campsite was closed. The park also has a special relationship with Cutts Island, a small island located a half mile from the park, which is easily accessed by kayak. The park is also right across the street from 2 schools, Voyager Elementary and Kopachuk Middle School. The park gets a lot of use from children in the Gig Harbor community, offering early exposure to outdoor recreation for the next generation. On to project design. This map shows the features of this project. Firstly, the road from the parking lot to the beach area will be paved, and ADA parking spaces and a kayak drop-off spot will be created on this road. The project also includes the creation of a paved ADA accessible trail that will make the beach area accessible to those with disabilities, so they may experience the most desirable features of the park. The design includes an ADA accessible picnic area near the water, as well as a scenic viewpoint that will include interpretive signage. The project also includes the creation of a water trails campsite and a new location to the southwest of the existing site. The green shown on this map shows areas of native species planting that will take place as part of this project. The existing roadway to the shore is gravel and is primarily used by pedestrian and staff vehicles. By paving this road, disabled park visitors will be able to park near the shoreline. The road also includes several pullouts so cars can pull over when a car is coming from the other direction on this single lane road. The road is approximately a quarter mile in length. A 3-rail fence will also be installed along this road on the side closest to the shore. We plan to build 3 ADA parking stalls in this area at the termination of the road down to the beach. This area will also provide emergency vehicle access to the shoreline area, and a platform for Santa cans will be located adjacent to the parking spots. Currently, a series of trails intersects through the shoreline area of the park that allows access to the beach. This project intends to make a paved trail that will allow ADA access, so all our park visitors will be able to experience the shoreline. This trail also includes passing areas, and along this trail, an ADA accessible picnicking area and scenic overlook will be created that will showcase interpretive signage. Interpretive panels will use historic and contemporary photography and commissioned artwork to illuminate park-specific interpretive themes, likely including information about the shoreline environment and ecology of this part of the Sound. Kopachuk had a water trails campsite for many years, but the location was not ideal. Kayakers using the site had to hike up to a location next to the gravel road, which had a lot of pedestrian traffic and no seclusion. Furthermore, boaters would often leave their kayaks closer to the water to avoid hauling them up the hill, but then their boats were out of eyesight. Parks proposes a new spot for the marine trail site that is located closer to the shore. This location is down a trail towards the water near the ADA parking spots and has a beautiful view of the shoreline. Kopachuk is a popular park for kayakers, but the steep slope from the parking lot to the day use area and long walk to the water is a barrier to use. This area of the park will be converted to a place where cars can temporarily park to drop off their kayaks or other hand-launched vessels, keep them on a kayak rack, and then park in the day use area and hike back to the shore area. We also plan to install stairs along the beach access pathway that include railing in the center that will help boaters transport kayaks from the drop-off point down to the water, similar to the example shown above. So this project was at 90% design at one point, and we had permits in hand. However, the project was unable to be completed due to COVID. We've identified several changes in design needed since then, which have been incorporated into construction documents, and we are now at 60% design. While we do not currently have permits, we are aware of what to anticipate during permitting and do not feel we are likely to have difficulties with permitting this project or that there will be a need for mitigation. Through this grant, we will be conducting a critical areas study and cultural resource survey to ensure that ground disturbance does not happen in areas that are sensitive resources to the park. In addition, this project involves the planting of additional willow trees adjacent to the shoreline. Willows are a way to stabilize soil in areas of high erosion. We also intend to plant native species in areas that have been impacted by construction and near the paved trail. All development at this site will align with State Park's sustainability and critical areas policy. Okay, on to number 6, expansion phase project. As mentioned previously, this project represents the second phase of development that was outlined in the 2014 master plan. Initial park improvements to the day use area were completed in July of 2025. The beach access phase of this project will complete the development needed to realize the vision outlined in the master plan. Once completed, the park's reimagining as a day use park will be done. Completion of phase 1 of the Kopachuk development was celebrated last August at the grand reopening of the park with improvements in the day use area. These included a parking lot, playground, rentable event space, and updated park entrance. Now on to project support. This project has been created using public feedback from its inception. The master planning effort for Kopachuk involved 2 public meetings where public comments were received, and an ad hoc committee was also created with 7 community members and met 7 times to help formulate the development of the master plan. As part of this project, we have met with the Washington Water Trails Association, who are supportive of the development of this site. They have submitted a letter of support for the project and are excited about the relocation and reopening of the Water Trails campsite. Not too far, sorry. Okay, we've also received a letter of support from Harbor Wild Watch, a gig harbor organization that seeks to inspire stewardship of the Salish Sea through education. They provide programs like guided beach walks, touch tank events, and classroom field trips to local state and county parks. Harbor Wild Watch uses Copachuck State Park extensively for their programming. Activities at Copachuck included water monitoring, surveys of near-shore plant and animal life, water quality testing, and volunteer naturalist training, allowing both youth and adult volunteers to engage in participatory science activities on the Sound. Improvements to beach access, especially ADA access, have been identified as desired park improvements by their volunteers and participants, and they support this project fully. So on point 8, this project does not have any match associated with it. However, the Washington Water Trails Association will likely help with maintenance and upkeep of the Marine Trail site. Sorry, that didn't go through. Okay, number 9, readiness to proceed. This project is currently at 60% construction designs. Once funding is acquired, we would undertake the critical areas and cultural resource studies beginning in fall of 2027. By spring of 2028, environmental permitting could begin. By fall of 2028, we would hope to have 90% construction design completed and would begin contracting for construction. We anticipate the project being complete by December of 2029 if the project is funded for the 27-29 biennium. Okay, and thank you. That's all I have for you today, and I'm happy to take any questions on this project.
Thank you so much. What questions do we have? Yes, Paul.
Hi, Alex. I was kind of curious about the accessibility pieces. Obviously, it's a major component of this project scope, and I didn't see any letters of support from accessibility advocates. And I guess I want to maybe better understand, were some of those organizations or groups or advocates like pulled into the design, and helped inform the design? Or have you had other conversations with those groups kind of outside of receiving a kind of formal letter of support?
I believe there was some consultation through the master planning process. There wasn't anything specific to this grant application, but the design elements would all be meeting the ADA requirements for the law. So.
Okay. Also, comment, Washington Water Trails Association, no match commitment? Come on. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
I tried, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Any other questions? Yes, Catherine.
Just going back in time a little bit on this project, but the tree situation with the root rot is what's happened now is they've thinned out the trees and only healthy trees exist so that it was safe to open it to start projects on that.
No, the area of the park that was affected was the campground area, which is on a separate part of the park. I believe we're monitoring trees and assessing them as we go on, but the risk in that particular area where people were camping was strong enough to cause a closure of the park in that area, but it hasn't led to closures in the specific area where we're considering beach access.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Catherine. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you so much for your time today. And Russell will be reaching out to you after we have the ranked list and next steps. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, now we're going over to Riverside State Park, Glantana Trailhead and Trails. I believe Rex will be presenting this one. Let me get this pulled up for you, Rex.
Okay.
Okay. And then I've just given you remote control, so try clicking the screen and making sure you're able to move your slides forward. You can use the keyboard or your mouse.
All right, and backwards.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
You're doing it. I'll start the timer for 12 minutes and you can start when you're ready.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rex Schultz. I'm a community engagement manager with Washington State Parks working in the Spokane region. Thank you for serving on this committee and listening to this presentation. Our grant application concerns developing trails and a trailhead on the property recently acquired with a 2024 RCO grant known as Glentana. Our area manager and the Northwest area manager, Justin Krogstad, is with me here as well today. All right, the Glentana property is located in eastern Washington, directly adjacent to Spokane. When considering the scope of this particular map, you can appreciate the vast region of continuous and disconnected park properties managed by Riverside State Park staff. Managing non-continuous pieces of park property is something that we're experienced with, and while the Glentana property is very near to Riverside State Park, it does not directly connect. Glentana is very close to heavily used areas of Riverside State Park, and more than 800,000 people live within a 50-mile radius of the park. Spokane County has grown by 52% since 1990, while neighboring Kootenai County has grown by 161% in that same time. The recent purchase of this property protected this parcel in perpetuity. Funding for this grant will provide the necessary infrastructure to effectively welcome park visitors year-round and for generations to come. This grant application is all about inviting park visitors to explore this new property. Establishing a safe trailhead and a connected trail network are the goals of this project. The 900-acre Glentana acquisition includes quiet river frontage, majestic rocky highlands, open grassland, and healthy forests ripe for community exploration. The mapped trail plan will allow visitors to experience much of what this site has to offer. The most prominent feature is Rattlesnake Ridge, which provides dramatic views of the Spokane Valley and a beautiful overlook of Mount Spokane. Rattlesnake Ridge will become a favorite hiking destination for visitors from around the region. The property is also home to an incredible variety of wildlife, including Rattlesnake Ridge's namesake reptile, along with many other mammals and birds. This new section of the park is classified as natural area and will be limited to passive recreation such as hiking and snowshoeing. This project supports public need in several ways. First, the project satisfies the top 3 activities indicated in the Spokane County Outdoor Recreation Plan. This project is close to popular areas of Riverside State Park. Further, it expands visitor capacity in an area very near to a highly populated part of the city. We'll build this project with accessibility in mind. Our experience with the Action Track Chair over the past winter and spring has emphasized the need to keep accessibility at the forefront as new facilities are developed. And this project will present an exciting new area with over 8 miles of new and existing trails and pathways for the public to explore. Continuing with public need, Riverside State Park had over 1.3 million visitors in 2025. Full trailheads, as shown in the slide, are becoming more common. Though the Glentana property was officially open for public access in May of 2026, there is no established trailhead or connected trail network. This project addresses those challenges. Currently, the only access point to the property is a small trailhead managed by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, which accommodates only 4 cars, or 5 if you park creatively, as shown in the slide. From this existing WDFW trailhead, visitors would have to hike 1.5 miles through properties owned by WDFW and the local land conservancy to reach our Glentana property. Parking along the public roadways that surround the property is also prohibited and somewhat unsafe. Finally, relating to public need, this is a slide you may have seen before, but it highlights some of the different plans that funding this grant will address. In fact, during the public participation phase for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, expanding and enhancing open space was rated by the public as the #1 priority. Next is project significance. This project meets each of the defined goals for a development project by building and providing access to places to be, telling the stories to know, and giving visitors things to do and ways to grow, and providing something for everyone. Taken as a whole, the Glentana project protects nearly 2 miles of the Little Spokane River, an aquifer-fed river ideally for cold water fish species. Property also includes continuous acreage of upland forest, rocky outcroppings, and open grasslands that include shrub steppe, a critical habitat as defined by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, making it truly a unique place to be. And as you'll see here and in some of the slides to come, it's also a place of exceptional beauty. We'll be working with our tribal partners and our parks interpretive team to tell the stories of this land at the trailhead and potentially along the trails at key sites and intersections. There's wonderful history to share about how this property has been utilized over the centuries to go along with the spectacular topography. Glentana offers many of the activities listed in the acquisition and development strategy by providing close to town access to walk, hike, observe wildlife, picnic, and explore new trails. There are many schools nearby, and we have an active history of hosting school field trips at our Spokane House Interpretive Center and various parts of our park. It's often the first time many of these kids visit state parks. We hosted over 2,000 kids from 28 different schools in the spring of 2026. And the picture on the right is one of our Department of Defense SkillBridge interns, Ben, taking part in interpretation as part of his internship. By providing the infrastructure to make this open space easily accessible to the public, the Glentana Trail System will enhance the area's opportunity to promote physical and mental well-being. And by protecting the property from further development and managing it as a natural area, it conserves in perpetuity the vital habitat for important species. It also provides rich opportunities to educate the public about its ecosystems and cultural heritage. And the views from the top of the trail system are magnificent. Okay, the next few slides relate to criteria 4, which is project design. This first slide is just an overview of the project area and the location of the proposed trailhead in the lower left-hand portion of the state park's Glentana property. The area of the proposed trailhead is generally flat, moderately populated with ponderosa pine and some thirsty shrubs. One of my state parks colleagues that has been involved in trailhead development in the past indicated to me that he's rarely seen a better site to locate a trailhead. The trails on the western part of the property, colored in blue on this slide, and nearest to the trailhead are the new trails. They've been marked and reviewed for cultural sensitivity, and they join up with the existing pathways on the eastern section of the site that were used by the previous owners to access the property. The new trails that will be built total of about 4 miles. And I will say on this slide, I do have one small mistake that I will address later when we get to talking about the parking lot. All right, so now we're going to zoom in on the new trails. The previous owner maintained a system of pathways that allowed them to monitor for incursions on their property and to provide access for periodic logging projects that they had done. Most of these pathways are on the eastern and northern part of the property and have been incorporated into the trail plan with some minor alterations as needed. Because our proposed trailhead is in the southwest corner of the property, new trails must be built to join up with these existing pathways to allow access to all parts of the property and to provide a variety of loops to choose from. The names assigned in the section on this slide are descriptive in nature and not intended as official trail names. Section A begins and ends at the trailhead, and it's about half in the forest and half around the meadow. We believe that'll make an excellent accessible trail and could potentially envision track chair days taking place from this trailhead using a portable generator to charge the chair in between uses. Following the meadow loop in a clockwise fashion provides a nice view to the southeast into the Spokane River Valley as you enter the meadow. Section B will be a more difficult hike, as its high point is almost 1,000 feet in elevation greater than the proposed trailhead, but the views are clearly worth the climb. It'll be a more challenging hike and a difficult build, but we've worked in many rocky areas in Riverside, and our staff-led volunteer cohort is experienced in all types of challenges. We have a long history of working with the Washington Trails Associations, and we have planned 24 work parties in 2027 and 2028 to complete the trail system prior to the trailhead opening in 2028. Volunteers will be able to access the site through several gates that were installed by the previous landowner, and our volunteers are comfortable in working in a variety of weather conditions, as you can see in this slide. The slide with the track chair in the snow, that was a late March trail party when it had been nice for quite some time, but it wasn't on the day that we were expanding the width of that trail. So now we go to the trailhead. Since the technical review, we've had a dramatic reimagination of the trailhead plan. We initially had a big donut, kind of oval-shaped circular driveway. We've updated the design to require less ground disturbing activity, a smaller paved footprint, and to allow for easy expansion in the future as needed. The design includes parking for up to 20 vehicles, accessible parking, a new kiosk, pay station, and a vault toilet. This design provides accessible access to the trails, and it will provide a safe place to park with excellent visibility from the road. The design allows for interpretation opportunities either at the kiosk or with interpretive panels. Next is resource stewardship. The Glen Tana acquisition did help secure critical habitat linked to a larger 15,000 acre protected wildlife corridor that buffers the north and western border of Spokane. Riverside State Park represents about 11,000 of those acres. Conservation land owned by the city of Spokane, Spokane County, and the Northwest Land Conservancy and WWRP make up much of the rest of that wildlife buffer. This project will allow people to visit that area with limited impact on the habitat. Washington State Park's 900 acre portion of the Glen Tana property is being managed as part of the Little Spokane River Natural Area. We're focusing on cultural resource protection, vegetation management, and forest health best practices are top priorities. Through a collaborative partnership with our 4 adjacent property owners, an MOU is being developed to provide sustainable recreation, heritage preservation, and educational opportunities while working to protect and improve the ecological resources while still providing public access. The Spokane Tribe of Indians owns a little over 100 acres of the Glen Tana property where they intend to develop a fish rearing facility and a cultural learning center. The project will support tribal efforts by protecting the integrity of the ecological resource by managing this property as a natural area. So an expansion kind of phase project. Whenever I work a project with volunteers, I often tell them that in parks of our size, the work will never really be complete. So in that context, almost everything can be considered a phased project. But developing the Glen Tana trails and trailhead will be the culmination of this overall acquisition project. If funded, the project advances important and valuable component of the acquisition, which is making the area easily accessible by the public. This slide has some pictures from the successful opening of our Knothead Valley Trailhead in October of 25. Just another example of how our parks are continually evolving.
And Rex, you're out of time, but you can click through your next few slides just to wrap up.
Wow, that much. Well, this slide just kind of indicates how, in our public outreach, how people found environmental protection, hiking trails is most important. You can't read those Post-it notes, but they say make accessible trails. We have letters of support from a variety of organizations, including both the Kalispell and the Spokane Tribe. The public is really interested in this. Media support has been fantastic all the way through acquisition till now. And once we start working with volunteers on the ground, we will have even more media exposure. We are in partnership with in the Northwest Land Conservancy, Spokane Tribe, Kalispell Tribe, and WDFW. We've got planned a lot of volunteer activity with Washington Trails and some of our own volunteer groups. That will be a matching component to this grant. Only 2 more. Readiness to proceed. This property has been part of Riverside State Park, open to the public since May of 2026, but today access is difficult. This project addresses that. Everything's ready to realize the Glen Tana expansion except for the most important component, making it easily accessible to the public. Should this grant be awarded, we'll be connecting the trail system in 2027 and early 2028 with an anticipated opening with the trailhead in the latter half of 2028. And that's my questions page.
Thanks, Rex.
Believe it or not, the last time I did it, it was 11:37.
I believe it. The time flies when you're having fun. So, all right, any questions for Rex? Yes, Bill, then Betsy.
Thanks, Rex. Do you see a future opportunity to connect to the rest of Riverside State Park?
It would be difficult because it would require a bridge over the Little Spokane River. It's, we own property on the opposite side, but that's, that river is a very special place, and getting approval to build a new bridge over that, I think would be difficult.
Betsy?
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation, Rex. Thank you for orienting us to the update to the parking lot design. I was looking at it when you had it up. I don't know if we can go back to that slide, but could you explain how that will be connecting to the trail system, just so that we can imagine that connection a little bit more easily as a trailhead?
Thank you, because I was not going to be able to get back to that slide. So the beginning and ending of the trailhead is kind of relative to where the beginning and ending of the trails is relative to where the trailhead is going to be. So we built into the plan, and I'm pointing at the screen like you can see me doing that. So we built into the plan so that where the kiosk, the information kiosk and the vault toilet are, and the picnic table area, just to the north of that, just above it, is where the trails are going to go. The loop trail is going to go to the right and to the left. I think our preferred method would be to go clockwise, because then when you enter the meadow that you see on the kind of zoomed in trail map, you will get just a fabulous view to the southeast. You get to enjoy that view. It's going to be beautiful, sunrise hike, and yeah. So the trail itself, we can just drop the loop a little bit down to where it joins in with the slightly smaller trailhead.
Okay, great. Thanks for that additional explanation.
Any other questions? Okay. Thanks so much, Rex. Russell will be reaching out to you with the ranked list information when that's available.
All right. And next time I'll keep it under 11.
Yeah. Well, thank
you all very much for your time. I know this takes a lot of time, and it's largely volunteer, so it is appreciated, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well. Okay, we are on to the final presentation. Do we have Andrew here? I see someone.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Let me get your PowerPoint pulled up. I have to drag and drop it.
Okay.
Okay, and then Andrew, I'm going to give you remote control. So you should be able to click and advance the slides just to check that it's working.
Okay. Click once there. I didn't see anything happen.
I see your mouse moving. So try using your keyboard too if you want to use the arrow buttons.
Okay, I just did the keyboard as well. Huh.
Try clicking again, because I do see you moving the mouse.
Yeah, the mouse moves. I'm clicking it. Nothing's happening there.
That was me doing that. Let's try one more time. Otherwise, I can advance the slides for you if you want.
Yeah, when I click it, it puts up that little X in the middle.
Yeah, that's a new development. I haven't seen that yet today.
But I'm trying scrolling, and I am trying the. Oh, there. Was that me?
That was you.
Okay, it's working. All right.
Okay, good. Well, if anything goes awry, I can jump in and click the slides, but it looks like you're doing it now. Okay, so I will set the timer for 12 minutes, and you can go ahead and get started when you are ready.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, my name is Andrew Fielding. I'm the Eastern Region Steward based out of the East Wenatchee office, and I cover Eastern Washington. Today, my project is the Mount Spokane Day Mountain Phase 3 acquisition on the west side of Mount Spokane State Park. and this is an important acquisition to meet long-term goals. For anyone not familiar with Mount Spokane, the park is located about 25 miles northeast of Spokane in Spokane County. It is the largest state park in Washington. It has State Park's most diverse recreation with many different summer and winter activities and a long history of community involvement. Activities include hiking, mountain bike riding, horse riding, trail running, downhill ski area, Nordic skiing, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, huckleberry picking, camping, and a popular destination to drive to the summit for the view. Around 370,000 people can access the mountain within 45 minutes. The grant application is to purchase an undeveloped 150-acre in-holding parcel on the west side of the park. The existing park boundary wraps around 2.7 miles of the parcel, and there is a 0.4-mile stretch on the west side where it is not the park boundary. The property is currently owned by a forestry company and is heavily forested with slopes running into creeks that are fish-bearing. Purchasing the property has been a goal for decades and has been in state parks planning a long-term boundary for over 20 years. Question 1, public need. Mount Spokane is a very diverse recreational park and plays an important role in the existing greater Spokane regional recreational use and will continue to be a part of the expanding demand for recreational access around Spokane. As you can see here, Mount Spokane and the need for recreation is identified in multiple state, local, and regional plans that specifically mention Mount Spokane, including the current master plan that was just approved last month. This property has been identified in a high priority for state parks for over 20 years. Question 2, project significance. So this picture is the Civilian Conservation Corps working on the historic road that travels through the parcel in the acquisition project. This picture is from 1934, 92 years ago. The project strongly supports multiple state park goals of the state park acquisition and development strategy, including places to be. So through the project that will connect people with iconic forests, multiple mountain summits, and above tree line landscapes. Under stories, the park has a long alpine skiing history and conservation core connection. Things to do. All types of recreation in winter and summer are available at the park. Under ways to grow, the park has multiple novice classes and opportunities through partnerships. Something for everyone, from families driving to the summit to watch the sunset and every type of recreation Mount Spokane offers. It contains some of the most diverse recreation of any state park. This slide is the original Conservation Corps camp at the top of the road, and Mount Spokane has always been an incredibly important location. This was close to 100 years ago, and even then it was identified as an important location, recreation place, which it remains today. As the North Spokane Corridor Project and Freeway continues to completion, the park will be easier to reach by more population from the city of Spokane, and the need and use will continue to increase. This property will help meet the acquisition and development strategy as its local population and accessibility continues to be easier with this infrastructure. Acquisition priority. As you can see from this picture at a different location, but still at Mount Spokane, this is a property adjacent to the park that is currently being actively logged. This picture was just a few weeks ago. It's ongoing logging against the park boundary. The trees in the picture are the park boundary and shows the potential impacts that could be the same for this property that we are proposing. The proposed property acquisition, located just 25 miles from the city of Spokane, significantly expands equitable access by creating a welcoming, inclusive space. Its proximity to Spokane ensures that both urban and rural residents can reach the site through partnerships with local tribal nations, community-based organizations, disability advocates, and cultural groups. The property will increase public access for everyone. The closeness of the mountain to a large population allows programs like MS 2000, adaptive skiing, Nordic skiing, City of Spokane recreation programs, local hospital rehab programs, and on the undertaking of adaptive mountain bike classes. The acquisition would reduce threats to the property. The property is currently owned by a private commercial forestry company, but it could be logged or sold for private development, logging, or both. This west side of Mount Spokane is currently seeing an increase in development that will continue once the North Corridor is complete. Not only the property would cause impacts to Trail 182 and Day Road, which is a non-motorized trail. After many years of doing these property acquisitions, I feel like this application is one of the highest chances we have to lose a park property. It's an inholding that we could lose for good, as private equity purchases of forestry and agriculture in the Northwest are becoming one of the most sought after investments in the nation. And usually these properties, as they transition from private to private equity, do not come on the open market. Climate change. The property contains numerous drainages and creeks that will help maintain wildlife habitat corridors and will be more resilient to climate change in the future. This particular property and drainage has been identified by the Nature Conservancy as an important diffuse flow area. These are areas that are extremely intact and consequently facilitate high levels of dispersed flow that spreads out to follow many different alternative pathways. The conservation strategy recommended by the Nature Conservancy for this specific location is to keep these areas intact and prevent the flow from becoming disconnected. The adjacent state parks land is currently identified for a forest health project, and this acquisition would help with a consistent treatment across the boundary through this property. The forest health project is in the planning stages. Forest health goals include creating a forest that is more resilient to bark beetle infestation and reducing the risk of catastrophic fires. In addition, the forest health projects will promote understory growth and reduce erosion into the creeks. The property is very diverse. It has meadows, creeks, and wetlands. And the forest is a little bit more diverse than most parts of Mount Spokane, and the parcel contains critical habitat for many species of wildlife. By protecting this 150-acre property, state parks will be able to protect numerous drainages and fish-bearing creeks, forested areas, and also protect impacts to the culturally significant Day Road, which could be open to logging equipment or other vehicles. As you will see from the grant title, this is part of a multi-phase project to acquire Mount Spokane State Park in holdings. I've been working on these projects for over a decade. This is getting close to the final phase for the long-term vision approved by the Park Commission in 2004 and then reaffirmed just last month in July 2026. On the right, the Parks purchased under Phase 1 Bear Creek Lodge. Parks is moving to purchase Lower 140 property, which is funded to complete the Phase 2, and this Phase 3 at 150 acres is one of the largest parcels needed for the long-term vision. This is another view showing the inholding and highlighting the need to complete the vision and acquiring the last inholds of the mountains. The map shows Trail 182 and the non-motorized Day Road. Project support, question 7. Letters of support are in the application, including Spokane Mountaineers, Friends of Mount Spokane, Spokane Nordic, Mount Spokane Ski and Snowboard Park, and Washington Trails Association. The acquisition has been included in the original classification and management plan and then the recently updated master plan last month. Both times it has been supported during significant public and stakeholder outreach, input, and review, as well as receiving media coverage during the planning process. The property is situated on the west edge of the park and has been a key focus of groups like Washington Trails Association and horse riding groups for an alternative trailhead. Groups have already volunteered hundreds of hours to build the new Trail 182, and we're also seeing other groups start to use this access point. Working with these groups has helped form multiple strategic partnerships. These pictures are one of the many days WTA spent working on Trail 182 that goes through a portion of the property. Acquisition of this property will allow continuation of key partnership and in-kind services like volunteer days. Partners also include local nonprofits and a diverse user group. Readiness to proceed. The property owner has indicated they are willing to sell to parks, and a signed landowner acknowledgement is included in the application package. I just thought I'd wrap up with this one photo. So this is in the same collection of the Conservation Corps working on the original road that goes through the property. And I'm guessing this photo might be one of the earliest of a vehicle up on Mount Spokane accessing the historic road. And so I just thought I'd share this one. It's a great photo of Mount Spokane from, I'm guessing they're from mid 1930s, most of the pictures that I came across. And that concludes my presentation. Just brings to any questions or comments.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Paul.
Thanks, Andrew. One question I had, I think it was maybe on slide 14 when you're talking about maybe resource stewardship. Was that a photo from the property?
So I believe so. I did not take the photo, but I believe there is an open meadow area where Trail 182 cuts across. It's open, and I believe that was from there, but I am not 100% sure.
Yeah, that looks like higher in elevation.
Yeah, it could be. Yes.
And then I know that the master plan included a lot of public engagement on the acquisition strategy for Mount Spokane State Park, but I was curious if you could elaborate on the support for this project from other groups outside of kind of the Mount Spokane sphere, like Inland Northwest Land Conservancy and other maybe other organizations that were involved in that process that you may or may not have connected with on this project.
Yeah, I think overall, probably our strongest support comes from user groups like WTA. Part of it is to see maybe other access points for Mount Spokane, like Day Road, that just spreads out that maybe use a little bit more to other areas of the parks. So groups like WTA, Evergreen, and some others, including the horse riders, have been interested in that Day Road becoming an entrance point for trails. So I would say those are the biggest advocates. And then other stuff would just fall in under just general stewardship and protection of land. Mount Spokane is one of the largest intact, it's got above tree line habitat, and that connectivity through IEP into Idaho and then other parts of Washington is extremely important, and keeping these larger properties intact and just solidifying their areas, especially where there's creeks and stuff, meets goals of multiple groups like INLC and other conservation groups, Nature Conservancy, and other people as well.
Thanks.
Bill.
And piggybacking on what Paul was just saying, do you have specific programming ideas for this 150 acres that may extend beyond trail access, or no?
I think at the moment, the Day Road and Trail 182 are the main recreational uses, and then the other stuff would be stewardship and protection of, there is the lower part has fish-bearing creeks, and so it would be stewardship enhancement, the forest health, just to improve conditions and forest resiliency and conditions in general through there. And so there might be partnerships formed through that part of it rather than just purely recreation.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Andrew, for being the closer today. We appreciate your time and taking us to the finish line for today's evaluation.
Okay.
And
Thank you for your
Russell will be
time.
in touch with you soon with the ranked list information once we have that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time today.
Thank you. Okay, so I will sign us off from the recorded session, and then we'll continue. We have just a wrap up with the committee. So thank you everyone for listening to the 2026 evaluation for the state parks category. We appreciate your time and for listening in.